Yes. How we doing, man? What you saying? You have a good New Year's, yeah? Or are you sitting around waiting for me to go live, man? Nah. I'm just fiddling about with these fucking... Want to get the comments on the screen, you know what I mean? Get you lot involved. Some good comments, man. It's a good chat. Right. It's on the screen, man. We're ready to go. What's happening? Throwing your cousin under the bus time. Man started vaping, you know. You know what I mean? Stepped it up a little bit. It's a nice strawberry flavour. Yes, Dale Cooper, you the money man of the family now time. Let me tell you something, yeah? You know this guy here? This guy, he's from my area, innit? It's my cousin, Jermaine Pennant. And he's gone bankrupt. Ex-Arsenal player Jermaine Pennant is declared bankrupt with debts of over £1 million. Just months after the celebrity Big Brother star's abandoned 3 million home was taken over by drugs, etc. Yeah. This vape's so nice, you know. But you know this guy, it's like the tables have turned, because when he got signed by Arsenal for £2 million, yeah, I was broke, and he was like the popular guy, you know, because he got signed by Arsenal. He was in the papers. This is before social media, innit? So if he was in the paper, you know, he was fucking a somebody. So he was in the paper. There was this girl in the area who was like really nice. She was about 16. And Jermaine was fucking her, innit? You know, because he was like the big name, you know, the celebrity, you know, getting signed by Arsenal for £2 million. So he used to go into this girl's house and fuck her. And I was like horny and desperate and broke and struggling sexually. So I used to envy Jermaine. And he was getting £2 grand a week, you know, when he got signed by Arsenal. But that was as a 15-year-old. As he got older, as he got to 18, his wages would have gone up. And I was broke, I was struggling sexually. Now he's gone bankrupt and he owes £1 million. I've got that. So it's like the tables have turned, man. So I want to see what happens to him now. I want to see if, like, you know, these women that he's with, I want to see if they're going to, like, get rid of him and, you know, his little rich mates, Jermaine Genius. I want to know if they're going to, like, fuck him off. You know, now he's not part of that rich club. I want to see what happens, man. I want to see if he comes back to Nottingham, because he left, didn't he? He went to London when he got the Arsenal deal and he kind of fucked loads of people off. So I want to see now if he ends up broke and on drugs like his dad. You know, that was in the paper, innit? I want to see if he's going to come back to Notts, you know, and try and beg his old friends, you know, to be friends with him. It's an interesting story, innit? 8 hours this time, mate. Let's go. Come on, let's do it, man. No pressure. No pressure. Thanks for the super chat, Jack Chapman. Apply to go on Big Brother on ITV, lol. Yep. My advisor, Al Ayman, you know, suggested that I go on Big Brother. So we're going to give it a go. Is Jermaine bankrupt because he took your crypto advice? Sorry about that. I owe you lot an apology, you know, you people who bought into crypto, because I was really promoting it, you know, shilling it. And I know it crashed, you know, shortly after I started really plugging it and promoting it. But that wasn't my aim, you know what I mean? And I've been buying crypto, you know, the crash. I've been buying it while it's cheap and it's on offer and it's reduced. I've still been buying in, but I just don't talk about it because I don't want to influence people to end up fucking bankrupt like Jermaine. You haven't even got 25 grand in the bank. Like, why would you say it? Like, what makes you think that? What makes you say? You don't even think it. You're just saying it to try and diss me out of envy. Like, why are you saying that? Like, come on, man. You seen these people like Hex Toys giving me 450 quid, you know, in a live stream. True Geordie giving me 100 quid. I've sold thousands of pounds of merch. So I don't know why you're trying to hate on me about 25 grand. Top G, yeah, man. Andrew Tate, man. He got arrested. We don't really know the ins and outs, do we? We don't know the... But he kind of predicted it, didn't he? Andrew Tate. He said the fucking Matrix. First they're going to shut him down on social media, which they did. Then they're going to try and lock him up. And if he continues, he's going to fucking get murdered. That's why I'm kind of like... a bit wary, you know, about going into that field. I know he fucking talks a lot of sense. He tries to empower men. He tells them to get the bag. He encouraged me, you know, to get that money. And yeah, things have improved since, you know, taking Andrew Tate's advice. So that's what he tries to do, you know, uplift men. But they want to keep that pyramid structure, don't they? You know, where there's only a few at the top and most people are at the bottom of the pyramid. You know, the capitalist pyramid. You want most people to be stuck in shit dead-end jobs in factories or cleaning toilets, you know, just down and out, struggling sexually, depressed. So I like Andrew Tate, man. He used to spread good messages. He still does, man. You don't approve of vapes. I like it. It's fucking nice. The size game. Thanks for the super chat, yeah? Hi, Ty. You look cute tonight. No, I'm not reading any more of that. Do you know what I mean though? KSI nearly got cancelled, yeah. So he fucking like pussied out and he just started laughing at Reddit posts. So I kind of get it, innit? But I don't know. There's a nice little photo there, you know, of Fred West. Yeah? So we're trying to cross over, you know, into the murder field, the fucking... You know, I've been dissing Coogan over the years. I might start doing it with footballers, you know, like Jermaine Pennant. You know, Ryan Giggs banging his brother's wife. That's a good story in it, and it's like more mainstream. Most people don't know Coogan, man, so it's just dead. But I've had a good time dissing Coogan, man, over the years, so I'm going to continue. He made Johnny Nelson cry, didn't he? Did you see that little video? Coogan, he tries to ask like questions, you know, trying to get his interviewees emotional. He did it with Darren Barker as well. He started asking him like, you know, about his dead brother and that. And Darren, he was getting a bit sad, and Darren said, sorry about this, I'm going to try and cheer up and make it a bit more positive. And Coogan was like, no, continue. So Coogan wanted Darren Barker to cry, you know, like Johnny Nelson. He gets off on it, Coogan, man. Yes, free top G, be safe. I know. He's really helped me out, you know, Andrew Tate. He's given me some good advice and it's paid off. Official coach Danny, 4 a.m. Here we come. Yep. We're back. I think my last live stream was Christmas Day, wasn't it? We had a good time. And I felt guilty, you know, about not going to my mum's for Christmas dinner. You know, after all the good times that she's given me over the years, buying me fucking wrestling figures. And I didn't turn up, so I went to see her on New Year's Eve, yeah? A few days ago. Me and my mum sat down and we was drinking and smoking weed and we was just having like a proper heart-to-heart. And she told me that she was a bit like disappointed in me and my brother. You know, because we haven't got careers. But my mum's old, innit? So it's like she don't understand the YouTube hustle, man. She don't understand that Hex Toys gave me £450, you know, in super chats and True Geordie. So she's old, innit? So she don't look at this as a career. But that's what KSI's mum said to him, you know, and he fucked up in school and fucked up his A levels. KSI said that his mum and dad were going mental. Same with Mr. Beast. You know, the biggest YouTuber out there, Mr. Beast. His mum started kicking off when he was like really into the YouTube. But then when he started to make money, yeah, she turned around and started to appreciate the YouTube hustle. So I said to my mum, yeah, I'm taking over your mortgage. Because she said to me, when we was having a heart-to-heart, my mum said to me, I was about to send you and your brother a long message, yeah, saying you're not getting my house because you haven't contributed to it at all. You haven't got careers. You know, you're fucked up in life, so why should I give you a house that you haven't earned? So I said, all right then, I'll pay your mortgage. £50 a week. I'll pay it. And she's like, no, don't be silly. And it's like, what the fuck do you want? You're saying you're going to send me a long message because you're disappointed that I haven't contributed to your mortgage, yeah? So I don't deserve the house. Then when I offer to pay, you say no. Like, make your fucking mind up, man. What's Jermaine's dad? The uncle who died in the river? No, that one is dad. That one is dad. That was like his distant uncle. That was my first uncle, and it was my dad's brother who burgled a house, tried to run away from the police, jumped into the river to swim to the other side to get away, but he drowned. Your mum sounds lovely, Ty. You know what me and my mum were talking about as well? There's like a little pedo, you know, in our family. And certain people knew about him, but they didn't raise the alarm and let everyone else know. So people were bringing their kids, you know, to the family house, not knowing that there's a fucking potential pedo, you know, in the family. So I was kind of like having a go at my mum, you know, New Year's Eve when we had a heart-to-heart. I was like kind of dissing her, saying it's stupid. You should have raised the alarm. You know, to be safe. Any kind of pervertedness in your family from a family member, you have to like raise the alarm to everyone because they might have kids in it. Yes, Crash Bandicoot, thanks for the super chat, yeah. If you have millions, then why work at Boots? I ain't worked at Boots for ages, man. What are you talking about? Quit, man. I told you it's not worthwhile travelling all the way to Notts to fucking work at Boots for 5 hours and get 50 quid. When I can make more than that, you know, sitting down, just talking bullshit on these lives. And I enjoy these more than working in Boots. I had to like bend over, pick things up. I had to keep bending over. I was getting a bit lightheaded. I was getting a bit dizzy. You seen the Ben versus Davis beef online? The druggie versus the domestic abuser. Let's get it on. Yeah, they have been having a bit of a backwards and forwards. Connor Bum and fucking... Oh, what's he called? It's not O'Hara Davis, is it? It's Javante Davis. He got arrested for smacking up his baby mama, but anytime I hear that, yeah, that a man's beat up a woman, I don't think, oh, what a scumbag. Because I've had women in the past, you know, trying to fucking attack me unjustly. A few women on a few different occasions attacked me unjustly. And I had to lay them out, man. Women want equality, don't they? So if they start on a man, you can't say, oh, we want to be equal. I want to earn the same as men. I want to be able to vote. I want to be able to drive. I want to be able to go on holiday, have a passport. You know what I mean? But I want to fucking be able to hit a man and not get hit back. And I want the man to pay for the food and fucking protect me. You know, if someone tries it on with me and risk your life, you know, to protect me. You can't fucking pick and choose when you want equality, man. And I said this years ago, you know, when I got interviewed by Kruger about 10 years ago, before anyone had heard of Andrew Tate. So I'm not trying to jump on the bandwagon. I've been saying this shit for time. Yankee Zulu, thanks for the super chat. Is anyone in your family not a criminal, Ty? Ha ha ha. That's a good question, you know. The only people in my family who aren't criminals, yeah, are my gay uncles. That's why it's hard for me to have a go at, you know, fruity men. Because, like, the only people in my family who are like, well, my gay uncles were just like mommy's boys. You know what I mean? They had little jobs. They just stayed away from crime. But I've got a few pedo uncles. I've got an uncle who burgled a house, tried to jump in the river to get away and died. When I had a heart-to-heart with my mum as well, my mum told me that, you know, when she met my dad, my mum was 13 years old, my dad was 17 years old. What do you think of that? So my dad was 17, yeah? My mum was 13. You get pubic, you know, when you get to 13. So I don't know if it was too young. I don't know. It's a bit dodgy, isn't it? But I don't know. Yeah, it's wrong. It's wrong. It's wrong, man. Do you get along with your uncles? What, my gay uncles or my straight uncles? I like the gay ones the best. You know what I mean? No homo, but I like them the best, the gay ones. Because they kept their fruity activities to themselves. They didn't, you know what I mean? I've been watching Rumble. I've been watching Andrew Tate on Rumble, yeah. And like anything goes on Rumble. You know the F word that rhymes with maggot. You can say that freely on Rumble, you know. So I'm gonna have to go over to that site as well and stream on there. I forgot to read his super chat. Yes, Ebenezer, good. Thanks for the £10 super chat, yeah? I know a Mong who has 200k, has Asperger's, pushes trolleys at Asda, but lives with his mum, and she makes him packed lunch, etc. Has no ability to enjoy anything, so doesn't spend his money, winds me up. I know a Mong. I know a Mong who has 200k, has Asperger's. Why ain't this it's on the page, it's on the you can see that comment, yeah. Do you know what it is though? It's like Britney Spears, isn't it? She had a load of cash, but her dad kind of took the money. The courts gave Britney Spears' dad, you know, ownership of her money because she was a bit fucked up. And I've started following her on Instagram. She's acting a bit mad. So this guy with Asperger's, you know, this Mong. Yes, it's good to be back, man. I think the last live was about a week ago, wasn't it? It was Christmas Day, so. Did you have a good New Year's Eve? You know, when I was talking to my mum, she was like talking about other men in the family, you know, who have done well. And it's like she was trying to diss me. Saying, oh, this guy looks after his kids, this guy goes to work, this guy's got a career, this guy this and that. But it's like she was having a little sly dig at me. Are you close to Pennant? Do you care he's bankrupt? No. Because like I say, when he got signed by Arsenal and Liverpool and fucking all these top teams, like he didn't really come back, you know, to Notts and kind of show that love. But that's what my mum's saying about me though, you know, like I haven't helped her out, so that's my own mum. If I can't do that for her, which I've started doing now because I've took on a mortgage, but you know what I mean, I'm nearly 40 now, so you know, to do it at this age. But what it is, doing these videos, I did them for years, you know, without getting paid. So I had to fucking take a little financial L, you know, early on in these videos. So is it true you were 60% against Eubank Jr.? Time, is it true you were 60% against Eubank Jr.? 60%. There's a saying in boxing, like, it's not about what you do for, it's not about what you've done for the past 6 months. It's about what you've done for the past 6 years. So if you train hard for 2 months, and then you go out getting drunk, you know, fucking about, staying up late, messing around, like, it's going to affect you, and it did. You know, when I got in there with Eubank. Jermaine played in a Champions League final. That's the problem though, when you've reached those heights, and you've had that money and you've had that posse, and then it gets taken away from you because you're bankrupt. It's hard to like step down. It'll be hard. You see that nice woman that Jermaine's with there? He's split up with her. She's called Alice Goodwin. and they split up in it. I don't know if that's because of the funds starting to diminish, you know, from Jermaine. But it's going to be hard for him to go and fuck some fat bitch, some fat pig. You know, after banging women like that Alice Goodwin. It's like Andrew Tate, he's in prison, innit? So he's going to be struggling eating fucking porridge. Tying his boxing's Alan Partridge, both legends, yeah. Why am I saying yeah like I am? Is this legendary stuff? We have a good time, man. Jermaine used to be in Lace Market partying with us as students in 2005. So Lace Market is a part of Nottingham, yeah. It's in the city. You know what I mean? So he's saying he was partying there, Jermaine. He was living life. So if he ends up broke, fucking on heroin like his dad was, it's going to be hard to fucking deal with for him. But I'm trying not to diss him too much, you know, because I want to do a little podcast with him. You know, my advisor, Al Ayman, he's booked a studio in London, you know, for me to interview people, and I had Jermaine Pennant in mind. But I don't know if I've crossed the line now where I've dissed him and said I'm not bothered if he's bankrupt. You could be where IFL Umar is in life now. Levels, sorry. You could be where IFL Umar is in life now. Levels. Would you say I'm above him though? I've been checking out his posts, you know, on Instagram. IFL Umar, and he's not really getting that. You know what I mean? He put up a little picture. You know, I'm not watching him like that, like I'm obsessed with him, but I seen that he wasn't really getting like... When I was talking about him, he did get a bit of hype, man, but I'd say I'm doing better than him. I've got to work in 6 hours, you know. I started working at this fucking factory job, this dead-end job. I get like £600 a week. So you know that, on top of this, it's going to take me to the financial target that I'm aiming for, you know, at the end of 2023. But I might quit. I don't know if I can stick to them 12-hour shifts, man. This little Polish woman, this little supervisor was trying to talk shit to me, innit? She was like, "You're not listening to me." Because in my mind, I'm thinking about YouTube live streams, and I don't need to be in this fucking factory. So I don't need to listen to a little fucking Polish woman talking bullshit. Because she thinks she's got a bit of authority in a fucking factory. So I might give it another week and then just fuck it off, man. Yeah, man, vapes. It was James Helder, you know, who got me into vapes. He's got like a marijuana vape, James. And he gave me a bit of it and he's put me on a good level, so. George Talks Sports, shout outs on Fiverr. What do you mean? What are you saying? Why are you working a dead-end job when you have £1 million in the bank? That's what I mean, but what's the title of this video? Jermaine Pennant bankrupt with debt of £1 million. You can have money, but you can still go broke, man. You're missing the point. You're missing the point of the fucking story, man. Andrew Tate talks about it. You know, don't be fucking complacent, innit? Even if you have got money and pussy. Jermaine was probably complacent. I used to see him out all the time drinking and fucking around. I seen him in a club in Notts about 15 years ago. And there was a load of women hanging around him, you know, for sexual reasons, financial reasons, more like. And after the club, yeah, I was broke. I was on a bike. I rode a little bike to the club. Jermaine had a fancy car. He was drink driving. So when we finished in the club, I was riding my little bike back to the area that we're from. And Jermaine, he was drink driving and I like rode across the road, yeah. And Jermaine like clipped the back of my wheel, you know, on my bike. And I ended up unconscious, you know, on the floor with a big lump on my head. You know where I banged my head on the floor. And my back wheel was like buckled. So I had to like push the bike. You know, I was dizzy, I was just unconscious. I was like, had a big lump. I was pushing the bike home. Jermaine like drove all the way around and he came back to me and he was like, "You alright, yeah?" And he was like laughing. And I was laughing. But I used to see him going into this nice girl's house. She was 16. She was like the popular girl in school. And I was just fucking wanking. And I seen Jermaine getting a bit of nice pussy. That explains the big forehead. When was the last time you had some pussy? I think it was a blowjob in an alleyway. I think that was the last time. That was about 2 months ago. I was getting a blowjob, yeah, and then this black guy walked past and he sells coke. So when she seen him, she like recognised him as being a coke dealer. So she like got up and just fucking went off with him, you know, in the car, and they drove off. You know, before I bust a nut. It was good while it lasted, but I didn't finish. And that's the main thing, innit? Busting a nut. Do you like Jermaine? I was proud of him because he was like a little celebrity, and he was my cousin, so I was proud of him, innit? But the tables have turned, so I'm proud of myself now, you know what I mean? Alright then, so I've got 2 voice messages, yeah? One of them's from the big donator, Hex Toys. I haven't listened to it yet. And James Helder was the other one. I haven't listened to that yet either, so I'll have a little listen, see what they got to say. Whatever, man, just chill out. Go on, fucking look at the comments, man. Look at the chat. Hex Toys. What the fuck's going on, man? I don't think my internet's working, you know, on this phone. It's been fucking about.
Cousin said he was.
Shut your mouth. Why don't you move to London and collab with YouTubers? I know, that's what I mean, man. I'm in this little fucking dead-end area in Sheffield in the fucking middle of nowhere. There's nothing going on here at all. It's fucking dead, man. There's a big fat woman who lives opposite me. A big fat woman. There's a fucking old woman who lives below me. There's a fucking old Asian woman who lives over there. There's another big fat ugly woman who lives there. It's just fucking horrible, man. So yeah, moving to London's a good shout, man. Tiny's a people's champion, a real man in a fake world, but being fake gets you fucking far, man. Look at Mr. Beast, KSI, look at Andrew Tate, rotting away in prison, in Romania. So what do? Do you sell out or not? Yeah, and there's a criminal house next door as well. So I'm just surrounded by scum, so I did like a test run on Omegle, you know, before I started the live to make sure I could get back on it. On Google Chrome, I'm banned. On Microsoft Edge browser, I'm not banned. But it's not connecting my mic and my fucking camera for some reason. It's saying there's an error, so I need to just fiddle about with it. Because it did that before, but I managed to like sort it out. But I just can't remember what I did. I should have prepared better. But I've just got back from Knots, innit? I had a nice time with my mum and my little fat nephew. I think my nephew's gay, you know. I think he's a bit zesty, man, because he kept showing me like photos of naked men. And I was saying, show me some pussy, man. Why are you showing me these fucking men every minute? But he was having none of it. Never sell out, bro. Keep your soul intact, your money on point, and the women interested in you. Yeah, that's a nice little comment, but it's not actually true, is it? Because you say never sell out. Keep your soul intact, your money on point. Yeah, but you could lose money, innit? Andrew Tate's already set, you know, from his webcam business. So he's already got money, but he had his, you know, accounts froze when he got cancelled. So you can lose money, man. You know, if you're too real, then you're not willing to sell out. So I'm in a bit of a dilemma, man. I don't know what to do. So I like doing these live streams, you know, on YouTube. I like doing them, man. I get a certain amount of money in this life, I'm not going to work in 7 hours to be spoken to like a fucking piece of shit by some Polish slag in a fucking factory, man. Why is Fred West pictured? Fred West is the most interesting person in that little photo selection. That woman looks nice. Well, both of them. You see that photo there? You know that's Rosie Webster, don't you? I've made a nice choice of photos today, I think. I'm trying to get a murderer in every single live stream. You know, when I was on Tinder, women always said that they like watching serial killer documentaries. Have you noticed that as well? You know, on these dating apps. They say that they're a single mum who likes serial killer documentaries. You should do a drinking video with Bambino Becky. Who's that? I think I've heard of her before. Oh, she's from Wales, isn't it? Yeah, I remember her. I've been watching a lot of videos, you know, from like feminists who say, I don't need a man. But they do need men, you know, to protect them from other men like Fred West. You know, if men didn't step in, you know, if men didn't put laws in place, you know, that protect women, women would be fucked. Imagine if you could just go out in public and just do whatever you wanted to do to women. You know what I mean? You're horny, I'm horny. We're producing sperm as we speak. So we're horny, aren't we? So if we could just do anything to women, you know what I mean? What would people do? So women need men to protect them from other men. Because men put the laws in place, you know, to protect women. It was men who created the laws, innit? Because if it was a woman, they want to ban women from voting and driving and getting jobs. So obviously men created laws, you know, that protect women. So I don't know why women talk this stupid shit, man, about they don't need a man. And I was thinking, like, what's the first thing they do? Like, you know, at the start of the day, their alarm goes off on their phone. You know, to wake them up, to go to work or to fucking take the kids to school. So the phone is the first thing. That's the first part of the day, you know, their alarm on their phone. So who created phones then? Who created iPhones? It was Steve Jobs, wasn't it? And Steve Wozniak. They created the iPhones, you know, and you know, the Android. That's owned by Google, in it, but Google was like created by a guy called Larry Page and Sergey Brin. So these women staring at their phones all day, you know what I mean? It's a device that was created by men. So I don't know why they talk shit, man. If there wasn't men around to protect them from other men, women would be getting fucking ravaged.
This is a story, so I know she's not talking for me. Would you fight her? Oh yeah. Can you believe it? Yeah. Promise.
In the pub today, we have Faith Kelly, TikToker with over 1 million followers, and the mother of Olive Bazinga. Hello and welcome to See It Off, the show with strong questions and even stronger drinks. Today we're here with Faith Kelly, everyone. Yeah! Legend! Oh, I got flustered. Anyway, how are you?
I'm good, I'm well, how are you?
I'm good, excited.
This makes me so nervous.
Does it?
Yeah, because I can already see them lined up, you've literally already poured them out.
I'm excited.
So already there's no escape because they're there.
Because they're there.
They're there.
The rules are simple. I ask a question, you see it off, and we all laugh. The questions get more intense as the drinks get stronger. It's not that difficult. Anyway, this is Becky, and she's a bottle opener.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So the first one is Desperado. Where do you stand on Desperado?
There's a Thai FLTV figurine, and it's being sold for $1,000. Do you think that's too much?
Desperados.
I like it. No,
You
I
do?
love that, yeah.
Okay.
I went through like a proper like beer stage when I used to work in London.
Okay, so I want to know more about something that's very close to my heart.
Right.
Before the baby.
What do you think of her? She's not all that, is she?
Before Bazinga.
Right.
Before TikTok.
Where's
Dressed
this
to
going?
Impress.
Oh, every time. Every time.
I love that show.
Do you know what? I'd never seen it before I'd done it.
Really?
This is trash, man. This is what I mean. Women aren't good content creators unless it's sexual. You know what I mean? They ain't got that fucking... I'm not saying I have, but... In fact, I am saying I have. I've got it, man. But these women haven't got it. Because they don't need to be good creators, do they? All they have to do is look nice and they can, you know, attract a high value man. But she ain't all that.
They just DM me saying to
She's
them,
alright.
Yeah,
5 minutes of fame.
exactly.
Because I swear I remember watching that episode.
Do you know it was such a bad phase for me because of like the lip filler and I was so young. Like it was
wait.
tragic.
How old were you?
18,
Is?
19, I think. Yeah.
Bloody hell. My question in regards to that, if you could go on any reality show, what are you going on?
Oh,
Drink and
oh,
think.
drink first. Drink and
Cheers,
think.
girl. Oh, bloody hell, Faith.
That's what I mean. Like, you know, when men go on dates with women like this, and they just imagine if you're that other woman and you're sat here and you're listening to her talk shit. You're not really interested, are you? You're not really. You're just thinking about a fucking cunt, man. But you have to pretend, you know, and just put on a fake laugh like KSI and just act like you're interested. This is dead, man. Well, I don't know why you're telling me to do this. Or fucking...
Refreshing. I didn't even drink and think. Drink and forgot.
I feel like you'd be a dancing on ice girl, I don't know why.
Oh my god, that's such a good one.
Really?
Yeah, I'm taking that answer because I said that to Ethan the other day.
Did
I literally
you?
said that to Ethan.
Bro,
And then I was
this is dead, man. Come on, man. Stop recommending these shit videos, man. You know what I mean? I'm putting a better video. Did you watch that video of Johnny Nelson crying or what? Yo, let me watch this for a minute. I know some of you lot get pissed off with these videos, but...
Themselves as complicated and
Nah, black.
do this shit.
Oh.
I was like, definitely, yeah.
Isn't it easier to manipulate somebody if you can just claim that you're crazy and you...
Yeah, oh, definitely, yeah. I feel like it's kind of like when people are like, oh, I'm crazy because this zodiac sign. It's, you know, like, I was like this my whole life. Like, yeah, definitely. And I think some people can fall for it, but it's probably on the other person to be like, all right, I'm not dealing with this person's shit.
Star signs are bullshit, aren't they? They are bullshit. What's it called? Astrology. It's just bullshit, man. It's like trying to justify being a cunt, innit? It's like saying, oh, I'm a fucking rapist because I'm a fucking Leo. It's not my fault. It's not my fault that I was born at this particular time, in this month, facing the moon. Like, it's just being unaccountable, innit?
I think some people can fall for it, but
Bullshit, man.
it's probably on the other person to be like, all right, I'm not dealing with this person's shit.
Would you want to live with or commit to someone who admits to being crazy?
No, because they're not willing to change. They're just accepting that they're crazy and I'm going to do crazy shit, so you should accept it. And
Why do so many women admit to being complicated, emotional, even crazy, and think that's acceptable behavior?
This is today's
they got a pussy in
times.
it,
Like,
so they can
people
get
are
away
just
with it.
out of their minds nowadays. So it's like it's accepted by everybody. It's glorified all over the place with media, music, TikTok, internet, Instagram, all that.
That's what they've been all their life. You got to think like, that's just them. You feel me? They don't even women don't even understand themselves. Sometimes they do something, don't even understand why they did the shit.
How likely are women willing to accept men for just the way men are?
Not at all. A woman wants you to be how she wants you to be type shit. You feel me?
So why should men accept women for just the way that women are?
Because they got a pussy in it. This is what we love, man. We love the pussy, so we're willing to kind of overlook the fucking stupidity of the woman believing in star signs and shit. You know, in order to bang her.
Women, for
Excuse.
As you only.
We shouldn't, but we do.
Who is more shallow, men or women?
Shallow?
Women.
Can you define shallow? Like
Shallow as you only go for looks. You don't look on the deeper surface.
Oh, shallow.
I hate to say it, but I'm gonna have to say women, low key.
They are, because men don't care what kind of car women have.
Yeah, we don't give a
they don't
fuck.
care what kind of phone you have. They don't care where you live.
We don't
Women,
care,
they
man.
kind of do. Like, they care what.
They're like, well, you're broke.
They're like,
You have to be tall, dark, handsome, have a load of money, nice house, nice car, great sense of humour, have confidence, have ambition. So women are a lot more fucking picky than men, innit? As long as a woman's got a cunt. But then she's black, so that's a no-no for me, you know. So I don't think it is just the pussy in it. We have got a few requirements, but not as many as women.
they don't care where you live. Women, they kind of do. Like, they care what.
They're like, well, you're broke.
They're like, are you broke? Are you made of money? Like,
is it good looking? Is it tall?
It's women. Women are more gold diggers than men, I would say.
But it's kind of us.
It depends on the context, because sexually, men are known to be more shallow, but materialistically, women are known to be more shallow. But are they? I mean, it really depends on the person, like Emma said.
Yeah, women more shallow for sure. They want attractive, successful, good in bed,
that's what I
money.
said, man.
They want you
Big
to
dick.
do what they say. Men just want you to be pretty and come home.
Are women more
Don't be a
shallow because they
slag.
want too many things, or are men more shallow because they only want one thing?
Men, because they only want one thing.
So they're shallow.
What are your thoughts on the
What does
following
that mean?
expression?
What do you mean?
A woman wants
What did she say? Men are shallow
Or
because they
men-
only want one thing.
more shallow because they only want one thing.
Men, because they only want one thing.
What are your thoughts on the following expression? A woman wants one man to satisfy her every need, while a man wants every woman to satisfy his one need.
Wow. Wow, that's deep.
This guy's a good interviewer, you know.
I don't know. I feel like if both of those are satisfied, then I guess it would make for a good relationship. But at the same time, I don't think that's possible.
It's not. Women
want
don't
the
want to
coochie
accept it, man.
But-
Women aren't going to accept that men love variety. You get bored of the same pussy in it, but a woman can stay with like a good man. You know, if he's like high value enough, like Andrew Tate or me even.
Men want so much more. They want family. They want, all of that. But they're just not good at showing it. They just wanna show us that they want.
But I mean, wouldn't you say that men are often shamed for being shallow because they just want one thing?
But don't also women only want one thing?
Well, do women want one thing, or do women want a lot
I
of
want
things?
the whole package.
Women want a man. Women want a family, a homemade.
In other words, women want the complete package. They want a man who's going to check all the boxes.
Absolutely.
So
Yeah.
does that make... Basically, what I'm curious about is, if men and women can both be shallow for completely different reasons, what does it mean to be shallow?
I think being shallow is just only seeing someone at surface level. And I think having preferences is just knowing what you like and what you don't like.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, can you see that woman's nipple there? So obviously, if you're a man of value like Andrew Tate, yeah, you're not gonna fucking wife up someone who's walking around with her nipples out like that. So obviously, you're just gonna go for the pussy, innit? You're not gonna try and fucking have that as a baby mama. This is what I mean about certain people in boxing who get with these fucking women like that. You know what we're talking about, innit? This person's crying on Instagram saying, oh, I've had a terrible 2022. Of course you have when you're fucking trying to wife up women like that and have kids with them.
And actually just having a high standard for yourself.
Let's say a man is only willing to find a girl attractive if she's blonde, has huge tits, kind of looks like a blow-up doll, right? Like, that's a little bit shallow. Or if a woman is only able to...
She just contradicted herself because she hasn't got big tits. She hasn't got blonde hair, but would still fucking get with her, innit? Or bang her, whatever.
to look at a man and be like, okay, abs, hot body, good hair, good teeth. Like, I feel like that's a little bit shallow. But your preference, if it's your preference of somebody who's like, okay, I prefer somebody who's on the fitter side, doesn't mean that they have to have a full-on six-pack. It could just mean they take care of their body, they're going to the gym, you know, they're working on themselves. I personally prefer dad bods and be like, oh, daddy. That is my preference.
You know why these women say they like dad bods? You know, people like Leonardo DiCaprio and Johnny Depp and people like that. It's because they got money in it. It's not, if there was a man who's fat but he's a broke bum, they're not going to get with him. So this dad bod shit is cat, man. It's bullshit. It's not real. They're just saying that because of like Leonardo DiCaprio, innit? But if he was broke, Leonardo DiCaprio, they won't fuck with him. It's dad bod shit's a load of bullshit, man.
Little snuggle cuddle meat, that's what I like. So, yeah.
Are men more shallow for wanting attractive women, or are women more shallow for only wanting attractive and also successful men?
I think that depends who you talk to and your interpretation of that.
So women aren't shallow for expecting more?
I think everyone's a bit fucking shallow.
And in my previous relationships, I would say that they expect me to be the best version of myself, not just hot. You can get away with being just hot, but you want to be able to articulate yourself and have a conversation with the person, because otherwise the relationship doesn't go anywhere and it's really unlevel.
Being a successful man, right, means you make over six figures, you have a nice car.
Hold on a minute. She said something
Myself.
fucking stupid.
Fucking shallow.
And in my previous relationships, I would say that they expect me to be the best version of myself, not just hot. You can get away with being just hot, but you want to be able to articulate yourself and have a conversation with the person, because otherwise the relationship doesn't go anywhere and it's really unlevel.
Being a successful man, right, means you make over six figures, you have a nice car, nice house, nice job, and being attractive. Okay, cool. Women want that, but that's not always going to bring you your happiness. And with men, because they only want a hot girl, again, that's not going to bring you your happiness, but it's not as shallow because, sure, men are very physical. They want something that's beautiful, and that's what's going to stimulate their mind. Women want some emotional type of connection.
I personally believe to be shallow is that you only looking on the surface. Like, hey, I think you're good looking. I think I can have sex with you and the sex is great. But we don't even have a deeper connection. We cannot even have a conversation. When we argue, it's really, really bad. Like, that's shallow.
I just told you, innit? You know those two fucking women who were chatting? That Bambino Becky, like, they're just chatting a load of shit, man. Men don't want to hear that. They don't, do they? They just want to fucking... Because they built themselves up to be a man of value, to be attractive to these women in the first place. So they put in all that work. So they don't want to be they don't want to be chatting, man. They just want to get straight to it, innit? Obviously, you have to put in a bit of chat, but all this long talking about star signs and all that shit, feminism, men aren't really into all that.
It's really just looking on the surface of a person, not knowing them for who they are.
I mean, I think like attraction is what initially brings you to someone, but really like personality, humor, emotional connection is what makes you stay around.
Do you think women have the privilege of being more picky because they have more options?
Potentially. I know some picky men though. Oh yeah.
Do you know why as men find women's look so important? I always look at things like in an evolutionary way, yeah. And like, obviously back in the days before Viagra, men had to find a woman attractive, you know, in order to get a boner, in order to fuck her. But women don't need to find men attractive in order to get fucked and get pregnant. So it's all about like reproduction, innit? That's the purpose of life. We've got to find these women attractive, you know, in order to get a boner, in order to bang them. But they don't need to find us attractive. But obviously they need us to have money in it, because if they get pregnant, I'm talking historically, early evolutionary. If they fuck a broke man and you don't look after her, she'll get murdered, and so will her kid. You know, back in the caveman days, cavemen were just fucking... If she got pregnant by some guy, yeah, and he just ran off and left her pregnant, before she could get benefits and a house given to her by the government, she'd be fucked. She'd get fucking raped by a caveman. He'd probably murder her kid, get rid of that. That's what lions do, don't they? You know, lions, yeah, they'll just kill the lion cub of some other family, you know, to eliminate competition. I think that's what men will do, you know, if there was no laws and...
Yeah, 100%, yeah. I think women definitely have that privilege, you know. You go into a woman's Instagram...
I'm not saying I'll kill kids, but You know what I'm saying, innit?
Messages and there's 100 men in there, but you know a guy will be lucky if he hits up 100 girls and you know maybe 2 get back to him.
Why is it considered a woman's preference to reject a man based on height, but it's considered shallow if a man rejects a woman based on weight?
Is it though? I mean, okay, again, you're asking somebody who is very open, but yes, I do.
I mean, is that a double standard?
It is a double standard because, I mean, the short king movement, right?
What's the thing? What is called weight shaming?
Body shaming.
Body shaming.
Fatophobia.
So shouldn't height size be body shaming too?
Isn't it easier to change your weight than it is to change your height?
Yes.
So wouldn't it be more shallow for women to reject men based on height?
Yeah, it's shallow, man.
Why do dating apps ask about height but not weight when women have a height preference and men have a weight preference? Is that not a double standard?
Yeah, it is. I kind of feel like the dating apps are kind of like pushing that agenda.
Do you believe that anyone can be in anyone's league?
No.
What does it mean to be out of somebody's league?
You're just not attracted to that type of person. Like, it can be personality-wise, physically, or status. It's just you're not attracted to that kind of person at all. So.
What is pansexual?
I have no idea.
No idea, man.
So I don't know the actual definition, but for me, I feel like it means like you love everything and are attracted to everything. You're attracted to a man, to a woman, to somebody who's transgender.
What about animals?
Like
it essentially
everyone.
means you can be attracted to anybody regardless of gender.
Of gender. Okay, so I kind of got that right? Okay.
Would you assume that pansexuals are the least shallow?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
If you're not pansexual, does that mean that you are shallow?
This guy got some good questions, you know.
I'm not sure. I don't completely understand pansexuals, so I
What's the difference between pansexual and bisexual?
I've been asking myself that for years. I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. Like, I don't know. They're the same thing. They're the same thing. To me, I don't know. I might be wrong. I might be getting canceled for that. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Based on what you said, pansexual is like being attracted to all
These women
kinds
are
of
ugly,
gender, including non-binary and people who fall outside of the gender.
I try and sex up
But
the videos.
bisexual is being attracted to people who identify as either male or female.
Do you think sexuality for women is more mental and emotional for women than men?
Absolutely. Yes. I feel like if I'm not in the right mindset, I will not orgasm for the life of me. You can try and you can try and you can try and it will not happen.
So wouldn't that mean that women are more likely to be pansexual than men are?
Absolutely. Yes. I feel like sometimes I got my euphoric experience from somebody who was not a man. And that's totally fine.
Should a man be expected to love a woman for who she is if a woman only loves a man for what he provides?
No, double standard. That's not cool. That's not cool.
No, they should both love each other for who they are. And I mean, sometimes it depends on the age and the dating. Like, some young women only want men for what they have. But like, if they're really serious, then it should be for who they are.
Who is more delusional? The average man holding out for the lingerie model or the average woman holding out for the rich alpha male?
I think the average male that's waiting on a lingerie model.
The average man holding out for the lingerie.
Hold on a sec.
Who they are.
Hold on a sec.
Some young women only want men for what they have. But like, if they're really serious, then it should be for who they are.
Who is more delusional? The average man holding out for the lingerie model or the average woman holding out for the rich alpha male?
I think the average male that's waiting on a lingerie model.
I don't think that's true, you know, because there's like fewer high value men, you know, are rich. So to get them, it's harder to get in it. But an average woman can put on a bit of lingerie and look nice in it. So I think
the average man holding out for the lingerie model, because lingerie model ain't the average woman. You can't be, you feel me?
But can't the man improve himself to the point where he can attract most of the lingerie
Yeah,
women?
he for sure can. He got to get on his shit.
Yes, he can.
Get the bag.
So wouldn't that
Get
mean
that
that
money.
men are better at self-improvement than women?
Yes.
You're right.
Gotta
You're right. He
self-improve
can.
them, man,
Because to women, like, those things, like, like how a man looks.
Like even her without makeup and those fake eyelashes, you still bang her, won't you? You still fuck her. But she probably won't fuck you, you know, if you're not like a Andrew Tate type.
Physically, I guess if he is, you know, if he has money, if he has status, then most women are okay with that. Like, he doesn't have to be very attractive. So yeah, I mean, it could be kind of equal.
So
wouldn't that also mean that men are better at self-improvement than women?
For sure. A woman think just because she a woman,
that's it,
that's
man.
all she need to
They're born
have
with
to
the
the
value,
table. A
man.
man,
They're born with that pussy, innit? But a man's got to build up, you know, and get that money. Get those super chats.
really got to go out there and better
So I've missed a few comments, you know. I've been watching this. It's nearly finished now, isn't it? I know some of you lot are fucking moaning in the chat.
himself, better him life, get a car, get a house, get a career. You feel me? So a man for sure go better himself before a woman do.
A woman wants one man to satisfy her every need, while a man wants every woman to satisfy his one need.
That's true. That's true. That's true to some extent. It's not all the way true, but it's mostly true, yeah.
Every woman to satisfy his one need.
Ooh.
We like variety.
That sounds accurate, though. I'm going to keep it real. That
I
sounds
remember
real
banging
accurate.
this woman, man, for years, and I was got so bored of her, man. So sick of her. But she was like really into me, you know, because I was like a good boxer at the time before I went downhill.
Why does a society that tells a man he doesn't deserve a woman when he's broke have any right to tell that man he only deserves one woman when he's rich?
It's double standard. It's like they want you to be down here, right? And then when you get up here, they don't want you to enjoy the fruits of your labor or what you've done or the success that comes or the accoutrements that come with being successful. It's crazy.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think if a man, you know, if he's living his best life and making all this money and he wants to be a playboy, like, do what you want to do. I think people's biggest issue is that with that is like men want this, like, oh, we want this one woman to be loyal and to come home to and that loves us, you know, unconditionally no matter what, but I also want to go live this double life. I think that's people's biggest issue.
Yeah, but he's earned the right though, hasn't he? Like I said before, I spent years doing these videos, yeah, for nothing. I had to sit here every fucking day for years and years before I got paid a penny. You know, from these videos, I had to sit here for like 4 days editing a 20-minute video. You know, watching boring videos on YouTube about what microphone I would need to fucking do YouTube videos. How do I set up YouTube lives? How do I turn on the super chats? How do I fucking put photos into the video? It takes a lot of work, you know, and it's like women are just born with their fucking value. You would bang her in it even if she's broke and works in McDonald's. So it's harder for men to build up. So they put the work in, aren't they, the men? So when they get to that high level, like Andrew Tate, they should be allowed to fuck around.
With men. But if they were honest, I
You
think it
haven't
would be a
earned
totally
it.
different story.
She hasn't earned the right, man, to be dictating to men like Andrew Tate. That was a good video, man. There's too many men in here and black women. Johnny Nelson, it's on for an hour, innit? It's too long.
Okay, y'all, so in this video, we got Andrew Tate's ex-girlfriend. And she's the same girl that actually confirmed that he was not abusing her in the past. If you remember the past videos, they actually mentioned that Andrew Tate was abusing his girlfriend in many ways, which she actually came to the internet and said that that was not true on multiple occasions. And now she's actually standing up for him again on this case, and we're just standing by to see what's going to happen. You guys go ahead and leave your thoughts down below, and know we'll be back with you guys next time. Just stay tuned for this video, and let's see what she has to say about Andrew Tate. Now, y'all just remember to hit like and subscribe on the video, and I'll be back with you guys next time with some more interesting facts on the case and keep you guys up.
I'm pretty sure you know that Andrew Tate has been arrested for human trafficking and a rape, which is absolutely absurd, simply for the reasons that it's absolutely false. I have lived with Andrew for years and years, and he would never do anything like this, ever. I've already had to make 2 videos regarding his innocence when it came to him being called a woman beater for a video that got leaked of us two having a little bit of a rough role play. I had to make a video clarifying, 2 videos in fact clarifying that he is innocent, and here I am again, coming from somebody who lived with him for years. He is not a human trafficker. He would never rape anybody, and he would certainly never ever human traffic anyone either, including his brother. I am just so shocked, and I'm so fed up with all of these lies. Even though we're no longer together, it upsets me because I know the person I have lived with, I know who he is, and he is neither of those things, and he does not deserve any of this coming his way.
What have I missed here? What happened to Jermaine on TalkSport? Is he okay? There's a video of Jermaine on TalkSport, yeah. You know, turning up drunk. And, you know, his mum walked out on him, you know, as a kid. And he said that, that's why he sleeps with all these women, you know, because fucking he's looking for that mother figure. So you know that boxing talk with Addy, he's on TalkSport, isn't he? And he did a little show with Jermaine, you know, and Jermaine was drunk. It's mad how the tables have turned, man. I got more money than this guy here.
Going well, he's not happy. There's a reason why. I want to move for.
You know, this guy, he unfollowed James Helder on Twitter, and it really upset James. You know, when this guy here, Addy, started to become a bit big time with TalkSport and DAZN and fucking this and that. James saying that he started to get arrogant, you know, and he unfollowed him on Twitter, and it really upset James Helder. It's like when fucking James Helder fell off. You know, when Kruger fucking...
For a reason. There's a reason why he wanted to move, or he knew he was going to move, because things ain't, you know, going well. He's not happy there. And if you're not happy, you're not getting the best out of that, you know, individual. So he wanted to move. It was probably best for him and the club at the time. So
he's drunk.
When you know it's in the pipeline. Of course, every player goes on that pitch, walks across that white line, and they give it their all.
Sorry about all this shit, man. These videos aren't that good, man. Let's get back to the chat, man. Let's get back to it. Bread and butter, man. You know, when we was at school, when we was like 10 years old, we'd all be in class here, sat down, and the teacher's talking to us. And we'd see Jermaine, like, walking from a distance, you know, kicking a football, you know, late for school. And we all said, don't talk to him. Just ignore him. You know, I think we was a bit jealous of his... Wrap it up, man. You've made your money. Nah, man. Keep it going. People enjoying the photos and the chat. Fred West looks like Sid James from Carry On. Big up time. What's this about you used to eat the chewing gum left under the science tables? You know, back in the days, yeah, when we was in school, me and Jermaine, we was in class, And Jermaine, he got his dick out in it, you know, for the girls in the class. And the girls, they were like really excited. This is before Pornhub, you know, and like camera phones and dick pics and all that. So women really appreciated seeing dicks now. I mean, back then, than they do now. Because they're bombarded, aren't they, with dick pics and stuff like that. So it's like the novelty's wearing off. So it's fucking it up, man. Do you reckon crypto will bounce back? Yeah, of course, man. It's been through this before. I think Bitcoin dropped from like 18 grand to about 3 grand. You know, and then it hit a new all-time high, you know, of $69,000. So I've been buying in. I've been buying. Low key. I've been accumulating crypto while it's cheap and it's on sale. What's all this about? Idaho murders, thoughts. What has happened in Idaho? What happened? Whatever, man. Whatever. It's just chilled, innit? It's a chilled vibe. I don't know if I'm going to go to work tomorrow in 6 hours. Do a 12-hour shift in a fucking factory. Thoughts on Prime? I know, them bottles have been selling, you know. I was reading about it today. I think a bottle sold for about $1,000. Obviously, KSI and Logan Paul, they've built up their brand, their popularity, so they can sell bottles of Prime for $1,000. But you know me trying to sell my action figure for $1,000, it's a bit too ambitious, isn't it? I think the price is a bit too high. Yes, Yankee Zulu. Thanks for the super chat, yeah? £2.59. What made you donate that amount? You know, that specific amount. £2.59. Why that specific amount? Wake up in Dharma's apartment. What do you do? I've been thinking about that, you know. But I won't end up in his apartment anyway. But saying that, I've gone back to men's apartments before. I went back to this man's apartment, yeah. And he told me that when he was about 8 years old, you know, his 16-year-old sister abused him, you know, sexually. You know, 'cause she was at that horny age when she started to get pubes and periods. So she took it out on her little brother, you know, and banged him. And he was crying, you know, when he was telling me that story about his 16-year-old sister abusing him sexually. He was crying, you know, on his bed. But I was actually jealous of him. Hold on a minute. I need to spray this little insect. I need to murder this fucking insect, man. Man's crawling about on my walls, man. Hold on a minute. Spray up this fucking thing. See that? Ant and cockroach killer. Yes, Jake Hobbs, thanks for the super chat, yeah? £8.99. We need to get... we need you to get Top G on a podcast. That's if he hopefully gets out. It will break the internet. You know what? One of his little mates added me on Facebook, innit? And he started liking all my posts. So that's a link. That's a good link. He's just on a podcast, you know, with Andrew Tate. This guy here, you see that guy at the bottom? The guy started adding me on Facebook, man, so...
It was the 1960s.
What was he like before all of this?
I always see him popping up somewhere. Yeah? But you can tell a man's character when they fight. And I remember when I first saw him, he's younger than me. And he was lean and tall, and he fought a few of the tough guys on the circuit. And
So this guy here on the right, yeah, this guy added me on Facebook, innit? Started liking all my posts. So he's mates with Andrew Tate. So, you know, if he likes my videos, do you think Andrew Tate watches these lives?
you could never beat, like, he'd always go to the end. Where the Iranian guy he fought, who was a notorious guy, Reza, he was on the streets wrecking, I don't want to say his name, in jail, feared, 6-second knockouts, and he was about, I don't know how old he was.
18.
18.
And I remember that fight because I was really sick that
Having
week.
a war with one of the toughest guys.
Not
only in the
professional fight, like
professional.
Oh, professional.
But
Okay.
This guy was feared. Like literally, this
Right.
guy fought Jimmy Manuwa, who was like a UFC fight on that level in those days, ahead of his time. Feared out of jail. Good friend of mine, you know, but a complete nutcase. And he was hanging there, and you look at him, you think, "No, what? This is a mismatch." And they're going to war. He won't, but you'd have to kill him. What makes it? And I remember then, everyone would book him then, because so when you see a guy in a fight, you can see a lot about him.
Right.
You can't hide under the lights of the ring. You know,
Right.
there's an old saying: all the training comes out when you're in that ring. So you
Right.
can't be a world champion and be a clown, or it takes a lot of things. A lot of men will never understand or feel. And I always say to every man, you want to feel the ultimate feeling, apart from having kids, of course, but being a Muslim, but is winning a fight. I don't care who you are.
That's true, you know, my biggest buzz in life was winning a boxing match. It don't matter what woman I fucked. The biggest buzz was winning a boxing match. You know, when the referee lifts your hand up like that and says you've won, it's such a nice feeling. When I used to lose, my mum would always like message me saying, "How did you get on?" And I'd have to say, "Oh, I lost, you know." And she was a bit disappointed.
Money, drugs. You say it.
Really?
There's no
It's
feeling.
instinctive,
There's
right?
no feeling to any man winning a fight. Put your hands up. The people.
See what I just said?
It's from the beginning of time, from wars, from
Yeah.
Khalid bin Walid to Genghis Khan to Alexander.
And
Napoleon.
losing has the same negative effect.
Negative effect,
it's
but-
like
Genghis Khan used to go to countries and just fucking murder the men and just fucking bang the women. Yeah? How did Great Britain come about? You know, this little island. Did it get sort of like taken over by some Vikings, some warriors, you know, who just came over here, killed the men, got rid of them, and then there's only like women left over? You know what I mean? You know, women like that. Well, not them, but like just fucking white women. You go to a country, yeah, to take over that country, like Genghis Khan. You kill all the men, like him and Andrew Tate. Just say you get rid of them. There's only women left. What do you do? So women need men to protect them from other men.
There's no
It's
feeling.
instinctive,
There's
right?
no
Like-
feeling to any man winning a fight. Put your hands up. The people. I'm not lying. it's from the beginning of time, from wars, from Khalid bin Walid to Genghis Khan to Alexander.
And losing has the same negative effect.
Negative effect, but then it's the hunger of going back. Okay. It differentiates the men from the boys as well. But any man who steps in that ring or cage, you respect their warriors because it takes a lot. We were saying that we went to an arena the other day to watch a game, but that feeling of you're backstage getting wrapped, you hear someone's been knocked out, you're next, the cheers, it's like this tunnel, it's like the Colosseum. Doesn't matter where you fight, and it's an alpha male thing, and that's why men and women are different. And to every guy out there, you have to experience it once. It changes your life.
Johnny Nelson froze, in a world title fight against Carlos de Leon. He kind of froze. By his own admission, he froze. So it is a bit nerve-wracking getting in the ring. This is fucking nice, man. Are you having a good time? Did you have a good New Year's Eve?
Every man needs his ass kicked once in his life to be a man, in my opinion. And the guys who are cocky, stupid and Larry, and all these guys who are against him have never had a fight in their life or been hit. I'm telling you.
That's what I mean. I had a big brother. I used to share a bunk bed with him. And I used to call him a fat bastard. And he'd get out of the bed and give me a beating. But toughen me up. Yeah, that's why I'm not one of these little pussies who are offended by people saying fucking the N-word. I'm alright with it, man.
Speaking of the World Cup, I mean, we're talking about sports. It's happening now in Qatar. Do you think Cristiano is going to retire?
I think for 4 million a week, no. For what I'm hearing in Saudi, and I think he can do
What kind of a question is that? That's what I mean about these women, man. They don't need to be good content creators, you know what I mean? This guy was just talking about the buzz of winning a fight and conquering different islands, Genghis Khan. You know what I mean? And she's asking about Cristiano Ronaldo, like just changing it up, like just chatting. It just shows, don't it? Women just need to look nice. You'd probably tune into those women's podcasts, because they look decent. Even if they're not even saying anything interesting. She's talking about Cristiano Ronaldo. You got fucking Andrew Tate here. Why don't you ask about him?
Once, I respect him. I like him as a man. Legend of the sport. I think everyone's day comes in sport. Like, how old is he now? 37.
These women have ruined the fucking conversation.
I get calls all the time, and I'm the one saying to him, don't fight. For what? You're a world champion, you're wealthy. Guys who fight are broke. I'm being honest, like, it's a passion to an age, and then when you keep fighting, you see these ex-pros, it's a paycheck. You can tell me all you want, they're fighting for a paycheck, you don't need to.
You lose your legacy like that.
It's about legacy. It's hard to wake up from silk sheets and go running in the morning. There's an old saying.
He's got 2 daughters. That legacy is...
that's the thing, but Cristiano hasn't got nothing to prove. Now it's about business and money. He can do what he wants, but for my point about the Qatar World Cup is the West is racist and biases. It's just got to stop.
But that's what I'm saying, though. They was trying to have a go at a few little black Muslims, for not wearing that little fruity rainbow fucking armband. They were trying to have a go at a minute, but then that's kind of opposing free speech, innit? Which is what these fruity fuckers are about. LGBT. They're all about freedom of speech and expression, aren't they? But then when a black Muslim says he's not wearing a little fruity rainbow fucking armband, they want to kick off, don't they?
Themselves though, because so many positive things have come out of Qatar. They showed themselves.
I think they're an example. I think for now, alcohol at stadium should be banned because I was there at a game, English and Welsh. Normally with cocaine and alcohol, there someone's getting bottled, headbutted, someone loses. There was no violence. Everyone got on.
Every time I've been arrested, it's been alcohol related. When I've knocked out women and men in the streets or drink driving, it's always been alcohol related. So Qatar, you can't drink there. So. This guy's a Muslim, innit? He's called Tam Khan. And I think Andrew Tate converted to Islam. I'm not a Muslim, I'm not religious at all, but I think alcohol is fucking bad, man. But I do like it.
The place is safe, and I think that's a testimony to the GCC and the government of Qatar. Their stance, they stood firmly against that rainbow agenda. They took the stick, and I respect that. A lot of people would have caved in and gone, okay, let's put flags everywhere, let's put rainbows and let's heal the world. They said no, and the West can say what they want, but I respect them. As a nation, I really...
It's a beautiful place. Yeah, 2 points about that. One, we just said it, or you just made the point earlier that by restricting things and removing things, life can be better if you actually place boundaries, and we just talked about it with the alcohol in stadiums. That's a perfect example of it. And also to tie into what we were saying earlier about agendas and how the Matrix are doing things on purpose. What the fuck has football got to do with this agenda they're trying to push?
Insane,
They're completely unrelated. They've just taken something popular, the most popular sport in the world, and they've taken one of their agendas they've tried, and they've just fucking stuck them together and say, fuck you. And
It's like boxing as well. You know, Eddie Hearn was told to put a woman on every single one of his shows to tick the equality box. You know what I mean? Even though these women boxers are fucking garbage. It's like they've kind of infiltrated boxing as well to a degree and said to Eddie Hearn, you better put a fucking woman on every single one of your shows, man, to tick the pussy box and make it all equal.
Bullshit. It's garbage. It's insanity. It's nothing to do with each other.
The halftime will be spent talking about LGBT issues.
It's nothing to do with each other.
I didn't even realise it was football on. I just thought it was an LGBT program.
Matrix programming.
Realised,
Matrix programming. They're trying very hard. Matrix programming.
The Matrix.
And they're winning in that regard.
I got that
They've
DVD.
indoctrinated most of the world. But who's your money on today, Morocco or France?
I'm praying.
See what I mean?
Let's pray for Morocco. Can we pray
for
Morocco? Let's pray for Morocco. Inshallah.
Paris is getting set on fire either. Paris is burning.
For sure.
If you have a Lambo in Paris, put it in the garage.
I feel sorry for Parisians
it's done.
tonight.
It's done.
Marbella was lucky.
It's going to be a nightmare tonight. But inshallah, let's see. But it's still good that they got this far.
Oh, it's amazing. And even though football, we don't really care for football. Let's be
honest. It's not your sport? Not your thing?
For me, it's not for me, but I'm going to try and get into it. I like this little story about Jermaine going bankrupt. So I'm going to try and look at other stories in football in it and try and cross over. Just get out of boxing. Boxing's dead, man. He's fucking dead, isn't it? It's just, come on, man.
Individual sports, like we said. For me, the ultimate sport is fighting. From the beginning.
None of these, like, no, Josh
Romans,
Warrington.
Spartans, mano a mano. For me, that's the only sport. Football is good and things, but listen, there's no sport like combat. Of course. And like when you're younger, like I remember I was young.
Football's the main sport.
It's like Ronaldo, Gaza, Lineker. But when Mike Tyson's sitting in the corner, everyone's like, wow, alpha. He can beat everyone up. He's rich as Tyson. Ronaldo wants a selfie. Khabib comes up.
Yeah, but there's no Mike Tysons anymore, is there? Is there any more Mike Tysons around who have that kind of intrigue, you know, where you watch him and you're like, shit, this guy said he wanted to uppercut someone, you know, in the nose and push their nose bone up into their brain. There's no Mike Tysons anymore in boxing, is there? They tried to call that Jeff Lacey the mini Mike Tyson, you know, and he got smashed up by Kawasaki. Who else did he try and call a mini Mike Tyson? I'll think about it.
All the movie stars go to the big boxing matches for a reason.
Yeah.
Every man watching or kid will say you can have any sports star. Djokovic, I mean, who cares? All right, nice guy, but Djokovic is over there. That's great. There's Mayweather. There's Khabib. Fighting has this thing as kids.
Mayweather.
We like T-Man. We like WWF. We like Rocky Balboa. It's instilled in them since the day beginning of birth. So you can't change that as much as you want.
We do like fighting. You know, when there's a fight in town on a Saturday night, women are stood there staring. They love fighters, women. They love fucking Joshua.
You want to push an agenda to wear a skirt or play with Barbie.
Yeah.
Men are men. Men love He-Man. Toughest survive. I'm the hardest. Since in the back of school parks, you're fighting. I'm the strongest. I am. Headlock punching your brother.
Yeah. And I know we're supposed to be wrapping up, but that is innate and it's biological, and that's what they're attacking. That's what's happening here. They're trying to attack that and say that that's not the idea of masculinity. You don't have to be that way, etc. And the point I want to make about all of this, the final point about it is how dangerous that truly is, because this idea of masculinity being under attack and people saying that, you know, men don't have to be real men. They don't have to stand up and do what they're supposed to do and have a hard time. They can be more emotional and be softer, etc. Do you know what you get when you get men who can't control their emotions? Violence. Yeah. Every school shooter, every fucking rapist, every murderer. These are men who cannot control their emotions. You tell a man, I say the part of being a man is acting the right way regardless of how you feel. Whether you're happy, sad, you have to act like a man's supposed to because of your honor and duty. And society's saying, no, you can act how you feel as a man. That creates Murderous, rapists, school shooters, and idiots.
And domestic violence.
And
is
domestic
also-
violence.
Domestic violence is
She
the biggest
pissed you off.
consequence.
You better keep it
Punching her in
chill.
the throat.
You know,
Yeah, it's like- it's
telling men
domestic
not to
violence.
control themselves. You can
Yeah,
see how quickly how society will degrade.
Yeah.
Very quickly. It's all garbage and it's done on purpose. And you wonder why crime rates are through the roof. And
Mm-hmm.
bro, shaitan. I'm never going back to the West. I'm staying here.
No, honestly, I think
I think
you're
it's
right. You
art,
spotted
man.
those. The West doesn't like it. The people that don't like it have an agenda. It's a fact because I've gone through hours. I was thinking, what was so bad? What he said. I've never I literally had to look at everything they said. I was like, huh? Like there's much worse. Like you say, Cardi B's last song. Gone off topic. It plays on Chris Freida's Radio Virgin.
First thing in the morning.
No,
as
it's
well.
like I am. Everything's dubbed. Why are you playing the song?
Yeah.
She used to kidnap men, drug them, fucking rob them, you know what I mean? Kim Kardashian was a slag, always a slag, in a porno. And that's who the young girls are looking up to, aren't they?
No, listening to it on radio, it's all dubbed. That's how vulgar it is. And Western society said we don't like gangs, we don't like violence, we don't like gun culture, but yet they'll pay millions of dollars for a rapper to come and perform on stage in England.
Yeah.
And they'll promote it. So you don't know what you're doing yourself.
Well, thank God for Dubai, I guess.
Alhamdulillah.
Someone was telling me this Crip, he was talking on a channel called Vlad TV, and he said that, the police, they used to drop off a big barrel of guns, in a ghetto, so that these fucking Crips and Bloods can take the guns and just shoot each other. So it was intentional, to try and fuck people up. And divide black people so they don't unite and fucking... I'm not a black supremacist, but they're kind of doing it with men and women, aren't they? They're trying to get feminism going on. Fucking...
Best city in the world. I was in London for 6 months over the summer, and I was literally
I'm sorry for you.
I was so depressed, and then as soon as I landed, I have to say this: Dubai is the best city. You love it, right?
Hands down.
It's the best. I can't believe I get to live here.
It's a
I've been here
Muslim
a couple of years,
country,
and
but
I
you
still
can
can't
drink.
believe I get to live in such an amazing city. It's the best,
Hands down.
especially as a
That's
woman.
a testimony to the leadership.
Yeah,
you can have money, you can have countries. Leaders make lead.
when it's a hot country, when it's sunny outside in England, we like it, don't we? People get excited. When it's sunny, we go out, we have a good time, we're all really fucking hyped up, we're in a good mood, aren't we, when it's sunny? When it's raining and it's snowing, it's a bit depressing, isn't it? We love the sun, so it kind of shows that, the first human was found in, Africa. I'm not a fucking black supremacist, I'm just talking about everybody. That's where we kind of came from, innit? So it just shows that we're, we're from the sun, man, we love it when it's hot outside.
Leaders make countries,
It's
leaders make
incredible.
cities, and his vision, he's made it a safe haven.
get that
It's
vitamin
safe,
D
it's got
as
money,
well.
it's got the best of everything.
It's good for you, the
But at the end of the day, safety, the way to make money, the tax. I mean, I was in a restaurant the other day, I saw him. He has no security. You can greet him. You can't. If you saw Boris Johnson in a restaurant, he's going to have 5,000 people around him. People are going to shout wanker at him. No one cares for him. The sheikh drives around on his own, shakes hands with people, gives what you want. I've seen people go up to him saying, my wife's sick or I can't do this, and they look after you. So that's why the people love him as a leader.
Because if you diss these Muslim leaders, you get your fucking head cut off, man. So that kind of punishment, where they chop the hands off of people who are stealing, it might seem extreme, to us lot in the West, but there's probably a lot less crime, in those religious countries.
Because he looks after.
My little fat nephew, he told me to shut up the other day, and I was going to punch him in his stomach, but my mum was there. And I know she's a woman in it, so she got that pussy feminine energy. So she would have kicked off, if I'd have punched my nephew in his stomach.
People, hence the community's right.
They're telling me to
Safety's
shut
good,
up.
and you need more countries like
It's
the
disrespectful,
the
man.
Arab world
Yeah,
in the
it's
world. I
incredible.
think the whole world will be better.
You nailed it.
Yeah, that's
You
exactly
spent 6 solid months in London.
I know. I was so depressed. I couldn't believe this was my life. And as soon as I landed, like this, it was instant antidepressant. As soon as you land, so you don't have
Cold,
depression.
it's
you just
miserable,
live in
man.
London.
That's
Just
right.
move.
I'm not going to
From
get into
the
that
sun,
one with him
man.
now about
Yeah,
depression because people will come hit me
You
with that
don't
one.
have depression. Just move. Khayala, come on. Let's just move. It's amazing.
Thanks again. Lord.
Depression. If you're eating McDonald's, they say you are what you eat, and if you eat a load of shit, you're going to feel like shit, innit? this vape is fucking nice, man.
No, thank you guys. Thank
and our special
you.
guest. I wanted to do this purely because
You know those Muslim women, yeah, they put water in their fucking arse cracks, you know, when they fucking go for a shit. They really clean themselves out properly. They think they're going to burn in hell, you know, if they sleep around. So they think God's watching, innit? So they're probably more faithful. I'd like to find a nice white Muslim woman. Or Christian or something like that. Or Jew. Yeah, man. Nassim Ahmed, Brendan, Dominic Ingle, Boxing King Media. He messaged me yesterday, you know, to do a little video, a little YouTube video.
Her now boyfriend is upset because it's coming out that she was lying about all the bodies she's taken. She's fucked all these celebrities, basketball players, different rappers. Her and her friend were like fucking each other.
He's talking about Meg the Stallion. She's a slag as well, you know, that these young girls look up to.
The boyfriends behind each other's back, and now it's coming to bite her in the ass because she has a current boyfriend, and he is upset, very obviously upset the fact that she's just now having to claim all these bodies publicly, not just like regular dudes, but like famous people that everybody hears about. It's like, imagine you listen to the radio, "I'ma fuck your bitch," and it's like, oh, he's talking about my girl.
Talking about your bitch.
So it's just proof that your sexual past does matter, and girls.
This guy's called Sneeko. He's like I won't say a pound shop Andrew Tate, but he's kind of along those lines. He's like Red Pill, you know, really. He got cancelled off YouTube as well. So that's what I'm trying to avoid, innit? So, you know, talking about these kind of videos and playing this kind of shit. YouTube gave me a strike, you know, for playing an Andrew Tate video, so...
It's like Meg Thee Stallion, they'll always rap about sexual promiscuity and being open and taking all these bodies, and I don't care, I'm gonna fuck this, I'm gonna fuck that dick, I'm gonna fuck this dick, and... But now look, it's actually having actual repercussions on a real relationship. So yeah, yes, they can rap about it and they can make posts about it, but it's a clear problem. Her now boyfriend is upset because it's coming out that she was lying about all the bodies she's taken.
It's off-putting, man. You know, when a woman's banged loads of men. That's why men like younger women, innit? Because they've gone through less dick. Let me catch up on these comments, man. Have I missed any super chats? Tate repeats the same points too much. He's going to fall off this year. You say he's repeating the same thing, but there's still a lot of men out there, you know, who are losers, who are broke, who are watching porn, wanking. They can't get any pussy. So I don't think he will fall off unless he gets murdered or locked up. He was the most searched man on Google. So there's a lot of demand. So he's saying he's going to fall off, but I don't think he will. You missed my super chat, Tyron. What did you say? I think you're lying, man. I'm not going to scroll back because I think you're lying. What did you say? How do you feel motivated? How do you stay motivated? I feel depressed at Mo. Any tips? What do you do? Do you work? Do you work out? Did you go out? What did you do New Year's Eve? Did you go out and try and get some pussy, or did you just stay in wanking? They say porn's fucking up men as well, because it's kind of like, it's not natural, is it, to watch a porno and wank? So that's what Andrew Tate says, that they're pushing like Pornhub and stuff like that. OnlyFans, fucking Michelle Hall Phelps and Ebony Bridges. you know, to try and make men even more pathetic and fucking broken. So, I don't know, I think you have to get in the gym. You have to get your money on point. You know, step up, go out there, socialise instead of looking at people's Instagram highlights. Because that'll make you feel bad, innit? I fuck Instagram off, like, as far as clicking on everyone's stories and seeing what everyone's up to. Live your own life, innit? It's all highlight reels as well. I know this boxing trainer, yeah, and he had a boxer who had a fight coming up. And during the fight week, or the fight month, this trainer was talking about this fighter who's got a fight coming up. And he was really promoting him and putting videos of him, you know, on the pads, working out, looking all sharp. And then when the fight came, yeah, when it was fight night, I didn't watch the fight. I forgot about it, to be honest. But then, like, the next few days went by, and I thought, what this guy supposed to be fighting? How comes I hadn't heard anything from this fighter or this trainer? Did he fight or what? So I went on BoxRec to look, and he got stopped. And I thought, that's why the fucking trainer has conveniently gone quiet. You know, about his fighter getting fucked up. But you know, if his fighter would have won, he would have been like, yeah, I've trained this guy and he's won his fight. He boxed really well. So people highlight, you know, the successes, the positives, but they don't highlight the negatives, the losses. They try and conveniently keep that quiet, don't they? And that's what Instagram is, man. Would you bare knuckle? What? Would you bareback a brass G? No, come on, man. I thought he said, would you bare knuckle a brass G? And one time, yeah, I gave this woman a tenner, you know, for a blowjob, this whore. But I didn't finish because she was like rushing. And like she stopped in it and she said, oh, I'm gonna have to go, you know. This was like in a field at about 1 a.m. And she didn't finish, or I didn't finish, or we both didn't finish. And she said, oh, I need to go, you know, it's taking too long. And she got up and she started walking off. And I thought, you know what, I might hit her, you know, and get back my tenner. Because I didn't get what I paid for, if you know what I mean. It's all about the finish, innit? You know, boxers who win on points, that's all well and good, but we want to see the finish, man. It's all about the finish. And I didn't finish on this fucking whore. So I was going to, when she walked off, I was going to hit her, you know, on the chin. And get back my tenner. That's a true story, you know. Because you can't really go to the police and say, oh, you fucking give me £10, I give him a blowjob and he hit me. Because the police will be like, well, why are you fucking doing that in the first place? It's illegal to be a whore. Instagram is no good for our brains. It's true, man. If you're looking at Andrew Tate getting out of Bugatti, and you're sat there wanking, just depressed, and you're not getting replies from women on dating apps. And I used to be on this dating app called Plenty of Fish, and sometimes I'd stream on there, you know, like this, and men would join my live stream and they'd say, oh yeah, I'm being ignored, you know, these fat single mums think they're better than me. I don't know what to do, but it's just obvious, isn't it? You have to get your money on point, man. That's why I'm going to do 12 hours in a factory in about 5 hours. If I decide to go, it's flexible, I don't have to turn up. Because I got money from other sources, you know, YouTube, Patreon, selling my little action figurines, selling my merch. Yes, pound for pound TV. It's been nearly 2 hours already, you know. That's gone by quick, hasn't it? Fucking easy, man. I work in a bread factory. You know, putting bread into fucking boxes for 12 hours. Where's that other piss bottle? did you do for New Year's? Did any of you lot fuck or what? Or did you just go on Instagram and look at all these fucking Instagram models and fantasize about banging them? Messaging them, liking their photos, you know, hoping that they're going to reply. They're not going to reply, man. I've got this little mate, you know, who likes Instagram models as photos, and I say to him, why are you doing that? What are you doing, man? You're pedestalizing these women, man, so you're putting them on a high level, yeah? You're putting them up there, so by default, they're going to look down on you, aren't they? If they're up there, you're putting them up there, so it's fucking stupid, man. Women like men who insult them. Because they say good guys come last. Men who insult women kind of show these women that they don't give a fuck about them. So they're not pedestalizing them. You know, like some of you fucking desperate men who like women's Instagram photos. Shall I take it to 2 hours? We've had a good little chat, haven't we? You know Muhammad Ali? He was on Michael Parkinson money. And Michael Parkinson said to Ali, well, like, why are you going back into boxing, man? You're showing signs of brain damage. Why are you going back in there? Do you need the money? And Ali, he said, you always need money. You know, do fucking Rolls Royce stop making cars? You know, because they've made enough money. They keep it going, don't they? So you have to keep the money rolling in. You know, Mayweather fighting Dead G. Chris Eubank Sr. went bankrupt. Jermaine Pennant went bankrupt. I think Mike Tyson went bankrupt, but then he kind of like, he's turned it around, you know, with his little weed factory. $559 people watching, but how many are still awake? This vape is so nice, you know. Fucking nice, man. Are you having a good time? I'm enjoying myself. This is all I do anyway, just sit here watching these kind of videos. So
For the last 6 months, I've been working on
we
my
may
own
watch it
NFT
together,
project. CryptoZoo.co. It's a really fun game that makes you money.
I lost around $50,000 in crypto.
That Logan Paul's a scumbag, man. He tries to diss Andrew Tate. You know, he nearly got cancelled for laughing at suicide victims in Japan. And the fucking Matrix said to him, listen, just cut the shit, man.
Really fun game that makes you money.
I lost around $50,000 in crypto.
I lost $40,000.
$500,000 Australian.
I'm telling you, it's just a picture. There's nothing I could do with it.
Wait, you can't even hatch?
No.
We had a issue with CryptoZoo where our lead developer took the code that he made, fled to Switzerland, actually fled to Switzerland and like held it hostage for $1 million.
He literally never gave me anything.
at all, ever. And he promised me, 5 pursuit tokens and $1 million. He literally never paid me.
Wait a second.
The sucker up there.
Yeah, a little
right
closer.
there.
A little
Yeah,
closer.
okay.
There we
right
go.
about there.
All right.
This guy's fucked up. That's the guy in Home Alone. He was a star when he was like 10 years old. So he had a load of yes men around him, kissing his ass, not giving him good constructive criticism, and steering him in the right direction. They were just agreeing with anything he said. So he ended up fucked up, as an adult. And you can see, like, in Home Alone, he was quite cute. But, now he's fucked up, man.
Right.
All right, fella. What's going on?
Fantastic. How are you doing?
Very nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, too.
You're remarkably normal.
Oh, thanks. Yeah. I know, people are always struck at how normal I am. I'm just like, wow, really? I think my
you
reputation.
made it through the maze
I guess
of being
so.
a famous child.
Joe Rogan's saying this now because this is the start of the video, yeah. But then Joe Rogan did a video after this saying that how people like him end up fucked up.
Child.
Yeah.
That's a very unusual maze.
My
Joe Rogan's saying he's normal, but this is the start of the video. So how do you know he's normal? Like, just based on what? I like Joe Rogan, but I don't know what he's saying here.
The sucker up there.
Yeah, a little
right
closer.
there.
A little
Yeah,
closer.
okay.
There we
right
go.
about there.
All right.
How are you, fella? What's going on?
Fantastic. How are you doing?
Very nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, too.
You're remarkably normal.
How can you say that, though, based on sort of like talking to him for 8 seconds? They might have met up beforehand, though, and had a little prep talk. But you can hold it together, man. This is what I mean. When you go on a date with a woman, you put your best self forward. You try and hold back your little fucking fuck-ups in life, don't you? You don't tell her that you got done for drink driving and you've knocked out a few women. So I think Joe Rogan's been a bit naive here,
Oh, thanks. Yeah. I know, people are always struck at how normal I am. I'm just like, wow, really? I think my
you
reputation.
made it through the maze
I guess
of being
so.
a famous child.
Yeah.
That's a very unusual maze.
My life is unique to me. That's what
He slept with Michael Jackson. That's not normal, is it?
I like to say, and I'm almost like a peerless person, like to a certain
Yeah.
extent. There's not too many people I can look left and right, and we have similar experiences.
Yeah, is there anybody that you ever contacted, like Jodie Foster or someone who's...
Can you remember the Backstreet Boys? There was a guy called Aaron Carter, who was like the brother of one of them Backstreet Boys guys. And he died recently. He was like a child star and he ended up fucked up. Like Britney Spears, they normally end up declining. And this... Same with this guy. He fucked up, man, I think.
People are always struck at how normal I am. I'm just like, wow, really? I think my
you
reputation.
made it through the maze
I guess
of being
so.
a famous child.
Yeah.
That's a very unusual maze.
My life is unique to me. That's what I like to say. And I'm almost like a peerless person, like to a certain
Yeah.
extent. There's not too many people I can look left and right, and we have similar experiences.
Yeah, is there anybody that you ever contacted, like Jodie Foster or someone who's made it through and seems pretty put together?
Not really.
No?
No, not really. I mean, it's kind of a weird cold call, and it's like,
Right.
hey, Jodie Foster.
But I would think that's
It's Mac.
such a small...
And these guys, to get those kind of film roles, they have to do something sexual. I was watching a video of Harvey Weinstein, and he was acting a bit mad. And a woman wanted to get in his films. They had to do certain sexual things, to get in the film. And Hollywood is corrupting it.
Plan of people, like if a comic called me that I knew, they
Mhm.
wanted to talk to me, I would talk to them because it's such a small clan of people.
Well, I mean, we do have our weekly therapy sessions. Yeah. You say, yeah, me,
Support
Elijah
group.
Wood,
Right.
Jodie Foster, like we all get together and we weep. Actually, we do primal screaming. That's what we do.
I was describing what it was like. I have a friend who, Ricky Schroeder, who is, obviously he was very famous when he was
Mhm.
young as well. And
one of my favorite theme songs, TV theme songs of all time,
Silver Spoons.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
And I was saying, like, the way you developed is not like the way the recipe calls.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the recipe calls for you to have a childhood and try to figure out life, and then become a man and try to find yourself, and then try to find your path. And by the time he became a man, he was already famous. And the same thing with you. You were already famous as you were developing and learning.
Yeah, I don't know exactly how to like kind of even describe it, because it's always the way my life has been, kind of thing. Like in the same way that like a lot of kids, like, they go out and they, catch bugs and play sandlot baseball or whatever. Like, it's just like, like that's the way it is. Like, you don't really realize how unique the whole situation is until you have perspective, because you have nothing to compare it to really, other than, I guess, TV shows and movies and things like that. So I knew that my upbringing was unique. I knew it was different, but at the same time, it's kind of it's not until you get some perspective, some life experience, until you really realize that, oh wait, this was particularly weird.
I think one of the aspects that's particularly weird about it is a lot of kids that grow up famous, they grow up on the set.
Yeah.
And they grow up constantly around people who treat them very differently than everyone else. It's not just that you're famous, it's that you're famous and you're also the complete center of attention.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you're the reason why we're here. We're here to do this television show. We're here to do this movie. We're here to do this thing. You're the star.
That's like Harold Graham, innit, in boxing. He was like a bigger name in Sheffield and more popular than Naz. Obviously, we prefer Naz, innit, but Harold was more like relatable. Naz was a bit arrogant. So Harold was getting a load. This is what Brendan told me as well, his trainer. He said it was getting praised everywhere he went. Harold, he was getting fucking adulation, you know what I mean? From the little old women as well. But when all that ended, he ended up slitting his wrists. And he wasn't getting that fucking attention anymore, so...
And that, I think, for a kid, that's a very strange place to be.
Yeah, and especially I when I was a kid, like even before I started working, I always liked being like the center of attention kind of thing. I was definitely, I was very boisterous, but in general, like I never really liked being fussed over. Like I didn't like, the hair, makeup, costume people like poking at you all the time and things like that. I actually wasn't a huge fan after a while of kind of like being the center of attention.
Where's my glasses?
It does become a job after a while.
Yeah.
Like early on, you kind of just do what you do. Like that's like I was good at it, and boom, like in the same way, like that you do like anything that you like.
It's weird that child labor laws don't apply to acting.
Yeah, they do.
Do they?
Yeah, I'm pretty well versed in child labor laws.
Well, how's that work then?
It goes from state to state. They can work you, like let's say, like in New York, they can work you 10 hours.
Yeah, but stop right there. They can work you. Like, you can't get a job if you're 8.
That's what you're kind of like. That's what their limit is. At the same time, you have to get 3 hours of schooling in plus an hour of lunch. So really, your available window is only 6 hours or something like that a day. And that also in that 6 hours, they're always like setting up the lights for the next shot and the hurry up and wait kind of part of of things. That's why like the second Home Alone, it took like nearly 5 months to film, because they can only I'm in virtually every scene and they can only use me X amount of hours per day kind of thing.
But isn't that the only job that you can work when you're 8 years old?
I don't know.
I mean, you can't be a carpenter.
I mean, I guess you can do modeling, but like some kind of performing arts kind of thing. Like there are dancers and so forth. Because I was a ballet dancer before I was an actor. Like
Really?
I did ballet for a number of years. I'm a classically trained ballerina right here.
Wow. Yeah. Is it a ballerina if you're a man?
I call it. I say I'm a ballet dancer. But there is a weird ballerino.
Ooh.
Like that some of them use, and I'm like, I'm not. I don't think I can call myself a ballerino. Like I just can't. It's too bro-y.
Sounds like it's from Welcome Back, Kotter.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Oh, this guy. Prince Nassim announced dead in a house fire. Why is Frank Bruno returning to the ring? Is this a bad decision of his? He's still a heavy hitter. Who cares, man? Sick of you people talking about fucking Frank Bruno, man. It's like Cesaro, innit? If he ends up brain damage, so what? It's his own fault, man. Danny Williams as well. Who cares, man? They're fucking adults. It's not true about Naz, is it? Because I remember when one of you lot said someone had died, and I thought you was fucking about. That's his son there, yeah? Because he was born into wealth. You know, he tries to like be like the next Nas, but someone told me that he was like complaining, you know, because his little mates, his rich mates, have got the latest Bugatti. Because Nas lives in a nice, rich area, you know, in Surrey. So obviously his kids are going to grow up around, you know, kids of like rich bankers who have probably got a lot more money than Nas. So he's complaining, you know, about not having the latest Bugatti, Nas's son. So, you know, if he's complaining about that, you know, when he gets fucking jabbed, or he gets in there with someone like Barrera, like his dad did, you know, he'd get fucking messed up, man. You see Nas eating there. It's Kid Galad, you know, with Nas's sons. What do you think of Kid Galad now? Do you think he's finished? He's got about 7 houses in Sheffield, you know, that he's rented out to people. So he cashed in, he got about 600,000, you know, for fighting Josh Warrington. I used to see Barry in a club in Sheffield, but he wouldn't be drinking. He'd just be stood there, you know, looking at women. Can you see that photo there? That's Nas and Mayweather, yeah. You know, Mayweather, he used to call out Nas, you know, for a payday back in the day. You know, before Mayweather started to really take off financially. He used to call out Nas, you know, for a fight and a payday. That's fucking mad, innit? You know, Mayweather calling someone out for a payday. Is that Nas's brother who is like dissing him? No, that's the other one. Nas cut his brothers off financially, man. Well, yeah, let me see if he's dead. This is Google Images. Let me have a look at news. This fucking guy's wasting my time in the fucking... in the chat, you know, saying Nas died in a house fire. Bullshit. Why are you wasting my fucking time, man? Fucking distracted me here. Someone give me a super chat. Yes, Andrew Tate would think you're a bum. Oh, I shouldn't have read that. Where would you rank Bruno amongst British heavyweights? Bro, you're going in time out. Sick of this Frank Bruno shit, man. Ring up a takeaway for loads of food again. Ha ha ha. That's what I mean, man. You're calling yourself top G, yeah? That's not Andrew Tate's style, man. Ring up a takeaway for loads of food again. Ha ha ha. Come on, man. You're not sticking to Andrew Tate's philosophies. Get money, get fucking value, status. You're just writing a load of shit. Ring up a takeaway for loads of food again. Ha ha ha. Do you think Eddie Earn and Sky are having an affair? I like to think so. It's an interesting story, innit? And like Eddie Earn's got money, he's got value. Andrew Tate would consider Eddie Earn a high value man. He's got money, he's tall. Eddie Earn's quite tall, you know. So to stick to one woman, you know, it's called Chloe Hearn. See if she's nicer than Sky Nicholson. Look at Coogan trying to get in there, man. So they're his daughters, isn't it? Eddie Earn's daughters. Eddie Earn tries to keep them low key. You know Ebony Bridges, yeah, she got interviewed by Boxing King Media. And like, this Boxing King Media guy is a good interviewer. He's a former cop. I was on his channel a few weeks ago. And he asks like interrogating questions. And he was asking that Ebony Bridges, you know, about her fucking life, you know, because she's had a bit of trauma. And this guy was trying to get it out of her. But she was like, oh, I don't want to be negative and, you know, put that negativity out there. You know, I want to try and be happy and make other people happy. But I think other people would be happy to know that you fucked up as well. And you got sexually abused and you've been through all this trauma and you was suicidal and you was on drugs. That's what I picked up from that interview. But she didn't want to talk about it. But I think we would like to hear it, wouldn't we? You know, the negatives. Because it will make us feel better, you know, about our shit lives. My life's quite good now, but 2 years ago, I used to like hearing about people suffering. You know, when I was down and out in life. All these fucking Instagram highlight reels. But yeah, that's Eddie Earn's wife, innit? I was with a woman, yeah, for 9 years who was nicer than Eddie Earn's wife. And I got bored of her after 8 years. So I know Eddie Earn's bored of her, man. And Eddie Earn's got money as well, so he might have fucked Sky Nicholson, man. Kelbrook. Waiting to die, yep. I'm helping you pass a bit of time, man. My brother messaged me saying, Mum's in hospital, you need to go and see her as soon as possible. She's alright now though, she's out of hospital, she's back to full health, I think. Fred West did well sexually, yep. Banged his daughters, didn't he? So it's just easy pussy, man. You don't have to chat them up, do you? You don't have to fucking take them to Nando's. You just say to them, listen, if you want to eat, you better do this sexual thing for me now. So it's easy, innit? But it's wrong. I don't condone it. How many showers did you take with Dominic Ingle? I never had a shower with him, but I used to have hot baths, you know, at his house. You know, when I was boiling down to the weight, I'd get in he'd like run a hot bath. He wouldn't put any cold water in it. And I'd get in the hot bath here and I'd lose about 8 pounds. Because you know when you get out of the bath, you're still sweating, aren't you? So I'd be upstairs in Dominic's bathroom in a hot bath and I could smell him cooking food for himself. And I just thought, this is stupid, man. I remember being in the gym and there was like all these boxers in the gym punching each other, doing circuits, sparring. And I thought, Dominic's getting paid off all of these boxers. He's getting a 30% cut off of all of these boxers in the gym. That's smart thinking though, isn't it? These YouTube live streams are smart thinking from me, man. My mum don't appreciate them, but I'd say this is a career. I'm gonna download TikTok now, you know. My brother's just messaged me saying, watching your latest live and the comments. My brother messaged me, he said, watching your latest live and the comments saying Jermaine choked on something. Check it out. I don't know what he's talking about, man. Jermaine choked on something. I'm kind of glad he's going bankrupt, Jermaine, because I don't know, he didn't reach back, you know, to his fucking people who he grew up with. But should you though? I'm making money from these videos, but I don't go back to where I'm from and just give money out. Like, what are you supposed to do? Look at Nassim Ahmed's fucking brother. The little leech trying to get money off his brother. Then when he cut him off, he starts dissing him. Fucking clown, man. Yo, brother, you know, if you're watching this live, yeah, Mom said that she's gonna fucking cut us out of her will. You know, because we haven't supported her over the years, so I said to her, I'll take on her mortgage, £50 a week, but you have to go halves in it, because it's like half of your house as well. So you have to chip in like 25 quid. Because if I'm paying the mortgage myself, like, I'm taking the house, man. Yeah, sorry about this live, man, but what else are you gonna do?
Can you name some controversial women's issues?
Controversial women's issues. Abortion. Oh, that's a good one. Are we allowed to talk about that?
Yeah, I mean,
of course we are. Oh, well, I don't know. Like, name all of them.
Can you just name a few controversial women's issues?
Oh, issues. The wage gap. Honestly,
There's no such thing as the wage gap, you know. Did you know that? Women take jobs that are less risk. You know, you never see a woman on a fucking building site or scaffolding or emptying gutters and shit like that. You know, they're demeaning jobs. Cleaning up shit out of the sewers. Like, women aren't willing to do that. So, like, you know what I mean? Why should you get paid more? Women are more likely to take days off work, you know, because they're on their periods. There's no such thing, man. Women are forced into jobs, yeah. Even if they're not qualified. You know, in England, you know, the fire brigade, they let women in, even though they fail the physical exam because they tick a box, and it goes back to Eddie Earn putting a woman on his show. Even though they're fucking garbage, these women boxers. I'd mess them all up. So there's no such thing as a fucking wage gap.
Me too. The Madonna horror complex.
Can you name any men's issues?
Oh, men's issues. They need to treat women better. Erectile dysfunction.
They need to treat women better, yeah, by doing what? Like, fucking, like, dude, look at that blowjob. If you're a classy woman, yeah, a respectable lady, men will treat you better, innit? But you know, if you're going out there giving blowjobs like that, look at that woman's top there. Like, why would you get like really good treatment when you're just a fucking, you're like objectifying yourself, innit? So obviously men are gonna fucking objectify you as well. So why should they treat you like a lady, man? Where's my fucking vape?
Okay, but I mean, like, can you name any like men's struggles?
Oh, struggles. Mental health. Yeah, mental health. That's definitely. Actually, men commit rates. They actually commit suicide the most. More. Women attempt more, but men are more successful.
And can you name any men's issues?
Yeah, like toxic masculinity.
Just honestly, the patriarchy affects everyone. So.
Toxic masculinity. Masculinity stops these women from getting fucking raped. Because if there was no men there to protect these women, they'd get fucking absolutely ravaged, wouldn't they? Imagine that. You can go out and do anything. There's no men to, like, protect these women. There's no laws. Anything goes. What are you going to do to them? They're not that nice. That little Chinese woman, that fucking Asian woman. She looks alright, that white thing.
Why do you think men's mental health is in crisis?
The stigma behind it, and it's negatively
Yeah, they're
looked
afraid to,
upon.
like, talk about it. And especially like
I think men are lazy as well. I think they'd rather just watch a porno, you know, instead of going out and trying to chat to women. They just take the easy option. I do it as well, but you're not going to be fully satisfied, you know, just watching pornos, wanking. It's not the real thing, is it? It's like eating a microwave meal. It's not the real thing. Or McDonald's chicken nuggets that killed my dad. It's not real food, man.
Family just like kind of shames that sometimes.
Why are men typically the ones blamed for inflating a woman's ego?
Simps.
Because most guys love to tell women how beautiful they are.
Weren't men groomed to be that way?
Yes. And to respect women ever since we're little, for sure.
I don't know, but we don't do that. They inflate their own ego.
Right, but I mean, what about simps? Simps are blamed for inflating a woman's ego, correct?
Desperate men. I never simp, you know. Never
Yeah.
simp
And that's
Proud of
just
myself.
degrading the value of the man, is what it does.
Weren't men groomed to be that way?
I hate to say it, yes, they were groomed to be simps. We're supposed to come in and just go with what goes on, just conform with the household, go out, work, bring it all in, and
We are supposed to treat a lady with respect, but no, we're not groomed to be lower ourselves for something else. Because if I lower myself to come to your level, I can't help you get to my level.
Are women equally guilty for demoralizing men and their ego?
Yeah, they reject
Absolutely.
them, innit? They reject them.
Women choose. Women are choosers.
Are women equally guilty for demoralizing men and their ego?
Yes, they are, because, you know, women just could, like I said, they could easily go on some kind of social media and just post a picture of themselves and expect a man to go ahead and give her everything she needs because she's wearing makeup, basically. And you know what? That's not how it should be. It should be an even playing field for the both of us.
Aren't women raised to be spoiled as princesses?
Women are raised. Women are coddled. They absolutely are, yeah.
So if so, why isn't that given any attention?
Well, because it's a woman world. Yeah, it's everything, you know, rules around women. It's whatever the woman says, that's what the man's going to do.
You know those Disney films? I used to watch them, innit? Like Beauty and the Beast. And like, you know, the woman, like she'd end up getting with a Prince Charming. You know, who's going to save her from a fucking tower where she's being held hostage by her evil stepsisters. A Prince Charming like rescues her, innit? But it's not realistic, man. Have you ever watched Beauty and the Beast? You know that man who rescues that woman? Yeah. He's like a high value man. He's tall, he's muscly, you know, he's got a bit of value. So other women are going to want him because he's not enough of those kind of men to go around. So he's going to sleep around, man. Those Disney films aren't realistic because they don't show the man banging other women. You know, the guy, the fucking...
I mean, I got a kid too, so I'm guilty of this. So, I don't know. It's just...
You got a kid, why is that?
I think it's something innate in us, biologically. We just want to build, protect, and our princess, our little girls are somebody we can protect. I mean, obviously, since the moment they're born.
Do you find it hypocritical when parents advise their sons to avoid gold diggers while also advising their daughters to find a man who will take care of them?
That's a good question, man. This guy has some good questions, don't he? What did he say? He says that mothers tell their sons to avoid gold diggers, but they tell their daughters to go and find a man who's got gold. It's a bit contradictory, isn't it? Look, they know it as well. They don't know what the fuck to say. This guy's a good
It's hypocritical,
interviewer, man.
but it's the way of the world. Doggy dog.
See what I mean? This is what you call interviewing, man. These boxing channels, man, they're not that good.
World, baby.
Are men no longer providing because women don't want to submit, or are women no longer submitting because men don't want to provide?
Oh, that's a great question. I'm so glad that you asked that. I think it is because women don't want to submit because of, you know, sometimes the guy's not worth it. A woman will submit if the guy if she feels safe, if she feels secure, if he treats her right and respectful. So yeah, we will. It's almost it's automatic. You don't even have to say it. A woman will submit.
A man is put on this world to take care of the woman. So a man is that, like, you know what I'm saying? That's what a woman's supposed to look for.
I get that, but now feminism's like fucked it up, and now women can earn more than men. So why should men like pay for your fucking Nando's? You know what I mean? You're out here. Where's that? Caesar's Palace? Is that like Las Vegas? She's out on the strip. You know what I mean? Come on, man.
Man that's able to take care of them. And a man is, I don't think that's a question for a man, you know what I'm saying? Like,
so what were women put on this planet for?
To produce, to nurture. Hello.
So then why are there so many women encouraged and raised to be independent rather than nurturing?
A lot of women were raised without fathers. So how could you know how to be a woman to a man if you didn't have a dad?
Well, right, but a lot of men were raised without fathers, so how could a man know how to be a leader and a provider to a woman if he didn't have a man teaching him that masculine role?
I guess that's just something we all got to figure out together.
And why are men expected to have a healthy perception of themselves, aka confidence, while people continue to blame men for women's inflated ego?
It falls under the social norm, I believe. Like I said, it's just my personal opinion. We're meant to hold that certain status. We're meant to be strong, you know, be a guy.
We have to have confidence as men. We're the king of the jungle, man. We're the most dangerous species on this earth. If we wasn't, it wouldn't look like this, you know. So as a man, we have to have absolute confidence in ourselves.
I think it really starts at the gym with other guys. We compete with each other, so we have to always appear strong. But yeah, you're right. We always seem to always put a little weakness when it comes down to the woman. We'll be strong for other dudes, but girls, we always try to, I don't know.
Well, I'm just saying, why are men expected to have a healthy perception of themselves, but we don't hold women to a standard of having a healthy perception of them? In other words, we expect men to have confidence, but we don't expect women to be humble.
I think, okay, so this is a good question. I think it's because it comes down to the ego. Women do not have as much ego, so they're not required for all of that.
No, that's not true, man. He's saying women haven't got ego. They want all these requirements. A man who's tall, handsome, money, ambition, confidence. You know, they expect a man like that. So that's high ego, isn't it? Men just want a woman who's got a posse, who's not a slag.
You know, to be humble, to be all these different things. We only really require them. We as men require them to just look good and just come along for the most part.
Why do women often attack a man's masculinity when they don't get what they want?
Oh, that's a good question. Why do I attack masculinity?
Because women run the world.
Masculinity.
Women run the world, man. You know all these buildings, these fancy buildings, they were like built by men, innit? Because men dominate those kind of fields, you know, of construction and stuff like that. Men made tampons as well. Did you know that? So men created birth control so women can have, you know, a bit more freedom as to who they give birth to, and they're not praising men enough, are they? They say men don't run the world, but they do. I just gave you the example of the iPhone to wake them up, yeah, to go to work. Then they get in their little car that's made by a man, yeah, because engineering and construction is normally a man's field, yeah. So they get in their little car to go to work. Then when they're at work, they might have a woman manager in it, but you know, the further up that you go in the job, it's normally a man, you know, who's like the CEO. You know, like a fucking Jeff Bezos and people like that. So it's top 10 richest people in the world are men. There's a few women in there, but they got like their money from inheriting it, you know, from their dad. So one of the guys who's rich, he's a guy called Sam Walton, yeah. He created Walmart, you know, in America. And Walmart owned Asda. Yeah, a guy called Sam Walton created Walmart. Walmart owned Asda. So even like these women, when they go on their little shopping sprees and they buy food or whatever, it's a man who set that up to enable them to fucking buy food in the first place. It's men who are protecting this kind of woman from getting fucking raped.
As in...
But it's saying like women rule the world. It's a bit stupid, isn't it? Dumb. They're listening to Beyonce, you know, all the single lady. Who run the world? Girls. That's a little Beyonce song, isn't it? So these women are just dumb, man. It's like these Disney films, you know, when they talk about Prince Charming and that. It's not realistic, man.
Like you don't lift enough. Like you're not manly enough. You're not a man.
I didn't know they did that. Personally, I like a feminine man.
Oh, bullshit. Come on, man. That's fucking stupid. That's dumb, innit? Like, if she's out with a man on a date, yeah, and some other men try it on, she's gonna want that man to be masculine, you know, and protect her. I remember when I went on a date, yeah, with a woman off Tinder. We went to Nando's, and then we were walking afterwards to go to a bar, and there was 2 guys walking up to us, yeah, and she said to me, you know, if these 2 guys started, what would you do? And I said, I'd knock them both out cold. And she was like really turned on by it. So women love masculine men. Imagine if I said, oh, if these guys started, I'd run off. The woman wouldn't be impressed, would she? You know, it's just common sense. So this woman's talking shit, man. She wants a man who's feminine, who's crying on her shoulder every minute. She wants Andrew Tate, man.
But I think if a woman goes for that, it's just because throughout history, that's like the biggest defining factor of like what a man is like they're a manly man.
The easiest hit.
Isn't that hitting below the belt?
Hitting below the belt? What do you mean
To
by
attack,
that? Sorry.
attack someone's masculinity.
Yeah.
Is it any wonder why men's mental health is in crisis?
Absolutely, yes, because, you know, women believe that just because they throw on some makeup and look pretty, that they can get any man. And this is really taking advantage of the man. And, you know, because you might not be a good-looking guy, that you might not have all this money, you might not have all this stuff, then that's putting you in a status where you basically get ignored by a lot of women, which is a terrible thing for a lot of men today.
It is often said life isn't fair. Who is more likely to be expected to accept injustice, men or women?
Men.
Women.
If it's not men,
injustice.
Why do we have the expression "take it like a man"?
You're good.
This guy's a good interview.
Because men are supposed to have this strong front, you know? So
Does a man have the right to define what a woman is?
absolutely not.
So then what gives women the right to define what a man is?
We don't.
But didn't you just say a man's supposed to be this and a
I
man's
said
supposed to be that?
supposed to. Yeah.
Is that not defining what a man is?
Well, somewhat, but not just clear like that.
If it's not men, why do we have the expression "take it like a man"?
Well, I never heard "take it like a woman."
So then wouldn't the answer be men?
It would be men.
We talk about things. A lot of times men don't. They don't like to tell us their problems. They don't, they shut down easily. You know, most women, they'll talk about things and issues, but a lot of times men are silent, so they kind of withhold.
But do you think that men often withhold their feelings because when they express their feelings, it's often shamed and made fun of?
No. I think from growing up, they always say, well, men, you're not supposed to cry. You know, take it like a man. So they have to build this persona.
Is it any wonder why men's mental health is in crisis?
Yes, because soon as a man opens up to a woman and tells them like their deepest, darkest secrets, women tend to use that against men. And I don't know why. I'm a woman and I don't know why.
What is the difference between...
It's because it shows weakness, don't it? It shows that the man's vulnerable. So if the woman's out with a man and he's fucking crying on her shoulder every minute like a little hoe, you know, they're not going to like it, are they? Because women are like weaker than men, you know, physically. They're not as strong, so they want a strong man. If he's crying like a little bitch, they're not going to appreciate it, are they?
Sexism and racism.
Sexism and racism. There is no difference. The one is discrimination of color and one is discrimination of sex.
What's the difference between telling a black man you're not black enough and telling a man you're not man enough?
Oh, that's a good one. Telling a black man he's not black enough can be...
A woman said that to me, you know. She said, you're not black enough. And I said, what do you want me to do? Do you want me to go and fucking murder somebody? Shall I commit a bit of black on black violence? Shall I sell drugs? What do you mean I'm not black enough? Like, she's like, oh, you're not black enough. You know what I mean?
Oh, that's a good one.
It's the same thing. I've been told that my whole life. I've been in the hood, I've been in the suburbs. In the suburbs, they said you're white. In the hood, they say you're black. Or other way around, actually, I'm sorry. You're not white enough, you're not black enough.
No, fuck you. Wrap it up. Wrap it up, man. Wrap it up. Have I missed any super chats? That was a bit shallow of me, wasn't it? You know, just dismissing that guy like that because he had a bit of a cow face, if you know what I mean, a bit patchy. And then I went straight to the super chats, you know what I mean? It's a bit shallow of me, I think. I am the supreme gentleman. Yeah, but I don't know, it's like women don't appreciate gentlemen anymore. They want the bad guys, don't they? It's like that woman who said to me I'm not black enough. So she wanted me to be a criminal, and I was in a car one time with this woman, yeah, and I was drunk. And she was like, speed up, go faster, you know what I mean? She wanted me to be that guy, and he was just gonna drive at full speed and just be a reckless fucking black man. Yes, Grime, DMB, thanks for the super chat. How's Jermaine? Rushed hospital earlier on Talksport. Oh yeah, that's what my brother was talking about. Someone early on said that Jermaine choked on an apple. You know, on Talksport. He's choking on an apple, so he's thinking about his bankruptcy, innit? He's not eating properly, he's just fucking... Yeah, that's what my brother was talking about. He was saying, watching your latest live in the comments, saying Jermaine choked on something. Check it out. Yeah, he probably choked on an apple. But I didn't believe it because someone just said Nas died in a house fire. So I think people just fucking Google me. I'm famous. Elliot Rodgers. I was watching a video about him the other day. He was like the king of the simps. Elliot Rodgers. He was like a lot of you lot in the chat. No disrespect, but you know what I'm saying, innit? No, that was disrespectful, you know. Shall I apologise? But yeah, if Jermaine dies choking on an apple, it's like Ivan Drago, innit? You know, when he said to Rocky, if you die, you die.
Clues to his destruction. He was a young man so upset at his lack of companionship with women that he decided to kill them all instead. And although his day of retribution didn't quite go to plan, he would leave behind grieving families and a long digital trail of clues to his destruction. My name is Adrian, and welcome back to Coffee House Crime. Today we're looking at the case of Elliot Rodger, who is also known as the Killer Virgin, King of the Incels, or as he liked to call himself, the Supreme Gentleman. It's been a long time that I've wanted to cover this case. In this video today, we'll be looking at Elliot's history, tying his video logs to his stories, and looking at what eventually led him down his darkest path. I do also have a small announcement to share with you all at the end of this video, but first, I have a story to tell. So without further ado, pull up a seat, grab a coffee and sit back. This is the case of Elliot Rodger.
This guy didn't get any posse in it, so he like shot up a load of women and men.
The story of Elliot Rodger first begins east of the Atlantic Ocean in London, England. Elliot was born on the 24th of July 1991. His father, Peter Rodger, was a British filmmaker and photographer, and his mother, Lee Chin, was a nurse who worked on film sets. It's through their encounters at work that the two first found love before conceiving Elliot 2 years later. His parents also had a daughter. Elliot's younger sister was called Georgia. When Elliot was the age of 5, the family moved to Los Angeles, California in 1996, and this was a move to strengthen his father's career in filmmaking. After settling into their new home, Elliot was enrolled into Topanga Elementary School. By all standards, he was a well-behaved kid, even making a few friends in his first year. His childhood seemingly bright and positive. But it was just after his 7th birthday that his first struggle in life appeared. His mother and father would unfortunately divorce, and this would lead both him and Georgia to split their time between the two on weekdays and weekends. Elliot was already described as a shy and quiet person. He was happy but didn't have much confidence, and he would always try to fit.
You know, some Chinese people, yeah, they get their eyelids sorted out, you know, surgically. You know, some Chinese people, they want to try and become westernized, so they get their eyelids sorted out, yeah. That's a true story.
Shy and quiet person. He was happy but didn't have much confidence, and he would always try to fit in with the cool kids. A sudden change in his home life, though, would propel his insecurities. 2 months after his 7th birthday, his father Peter would introduce Elliot to a new woman, and her name was Sumaya Akabun. She moved into Elliot's father's household shortly after, and before he knew it, Elliot realised that she was now his new stepmother. The two would argue often, and with Elliot not accepting any discipline from an outsider, this would be a recurring problem in the years to come. Elliot lived a relatively wealthy life growing up. He went on several holidays abroad, had access to general and mental health care, and pretty much got whatever he wanted. But despite the money and gadgets that Elliot owned, his friendship circle slowly dwindled into his teenage years, and he eventually found himself becoming the target of frequent bullying. He still had friends, but not many.
Weird, man, because it's like this guy was really struggling sexually. That's why he ended up murdering a load of women in it, because he was just so bitter about not getting any pussy, man, and getting rejected, you know, by women who wanted probably the white guys or whatever, the guys who had fucking, you know, eyelids. So if this guy, if he was willing to kill women and that, he should have fucking, I don't know, he should have. I don't know.
Of frequent bullying. He still had friends, but not many. The situation would grow more complicated at home too. At the age of 13, Elliot's father and stepmother had a son. Elliot's new stepbrother was called Jazz. In his mid-teens, he started a personal YouTube account called Elliot's Blog, which is where he often complained about his loneliness and reminisced about his childhood.
Elliot Roger here. And here I am at Sarania Park. The most significant place of my childhood.
It was around this time that Elliot began his path of depression and loneliness. Unfortunately, the bullying at school didn't stop for Elliot either. Even at one point, the teasing resulting in Elliot having his head taped to the desk by fellow classmates. It was through negative encounters like this that caused Elliot to move from school to school quite often, and with that, he never made any friends locally. Elliot also started to see a psychiatrist at the age of 16. He was prescribed risperidone, an antipsychotic used to treat schizophrenia and bipolar disorder. He openly admitted in his blogs, though, that he refused to take this medication. After turning 18, Elliot became increasingly isolated. By now, he only had a handful of online friends.
Are you lot like that? Because I see you lot in the chat. It's good to have you here, man. But I don't know if these lives are curing your problems, man. I don't know if they're really sorting you out, man.
He often told his parents that he was unable to make friends in real life, and no girls ever seemed interested in talking to him. Elliot decided that he wanted to improve his life moving forward, and to do this he would try 2 things. The first one was to learn how to drive, thinking that this would impress women, and the second would be to try and dress better, therefore making him seem more approachable. He desperately wanted to fit into the world and make friends, so along with his new car, he changed his hairstyle and brought a bunch of new clothes. It was noted by his classmates, however, that although he did buy a new car and new clothes, he never actually tried to speak to anyone or make any friends. Instead, he would sit in his car on lunch breaks and expect others to make the first move. His evenings and weekends still continued to be spent alone at home as well. He would spend his time either playing World of Warcraft or Halo with his 3 friends James, Philip and Addison. And more or less, at the age of 18, Elliot recognised that he had spent most of his latter teenage years angry at the world. Upset that he didn't fit in with friendship groups, despite never trying to. And even more importantly to him, he started to become enraged that he had never slept with or even had a girlfriend for that matter. Elliot's perspective on other people had
I think he should have done something to his stepmom.
Had shifted to become more toxic too. He openly admitted in his journal that whenever he saw a couple together, holding hands or kissing, he would feel either intense sadness or rage. At one point, this resulted in Elliot throwing hot coffee over a couple that he saw kissing in a Starbucks car park. And while that action seemed hostile and completely out of order, it was only going to get worse. In the year of 2011, Elliot was 19, and on Saturday the 4th of June, he moved to Isla Vista, a community on the coast of Santa Barbara, California. He moved there to attend Santa Barbara City College, joining a private residence with 2 other men.
That's what I mean though, like look at that place, it's nice and sunny in it. So there'll be like a load of nice student women walking around half naked. He's having to look at them every day. He hasn't got the social skills to fucking talk to any of them, so he just ended up murdering them.
It was almost instantaneous that Elliot's bitterness and loneliness extended into his new life though. Within a week he was frustrated with his housemates.
That's what I mean though, he would have benefited, you know, from like watching Andrew Tate videos. You know, teaching him how to be confident and how to talk to women and be cool, and you know, the top G, Andrew Tate, he's quite cool, isn't he?
And by the end of the month, they'd moved out. The situation with Elliot's next pair of housemates though was even worse, and coupled with Elliot's racism, he would argue with the two daily, almost getting into physical fights on a couple occasions. The longing for a girlfriend continued too. He would often get so angry at seeing couples that it would become a normality for him to run back to his room, sulking and crying. His life continued to worsen in 2012 too. It was this year that he dropped out of all of his classes altogether, not being able to stand the sight of others falling in love.
Do you think he would have benefited from getting eyelid surgery?
Elliot also spiraled into the trap of gambling with lottery tickets. He believed that getting rich by winning the lottery would give him all of the female attention that he desired, and so in the first week of February 2012, he spent over $100 on lottery tickets. Not surprisingly, he didn't win. The next week though, he felt more confident, and so he spent $500 on lottery tickets. No dice, but maybe 3rd time's the charm. Week 3, he spent $700. This too though, ended in a loss. He had nothing to show for the $1,300 he spent gambling.
That's what I mean, man. Lottery tickets. He needed like a role model like Andrew Tate, I think.
And even worse, he didn't accept defeat. He felt like he deserved it, that he was cheated away from his money. Elliot dipped into one of the worst bouts of depression in his life shortly after this. As spring break flared up in Isla Vista, he spent most of his time in his room, refusing to try and socialise. Angry, sad, and alone. And for the times that he did leave his house, he'd walk by himself, ranting to his video camera about his life.
Hey, Elliot Roger here. Right now I'm just taking a walk through the park in this really nice, secluded area. I'm just contemplating about my life and how unfair it's been lately. Ever since I started desiring girls, but they never desired me back. Life has been a living hell since then. Right now it's spring break. Everyone else my age is out having fun with their friends and their girlfriends. Here I am, taking lonely walks through a park.
In April 2012, Elliot's long-term childhood friend James also decided that enough was enough. He found Elliot too radical, too negative, and so with that said and done, he called the friendship off. It was at this point that Elliot now considered himself entirely alone, friendless in this cold world. Late one September night, Elliot drank an entire bottle of wine, or at least he tried to. He ended up spilling an entire glass all over his laptop, completely destroying it. This meant that the next day he had to go to Best Buy to buy himself a brand new one. While he was there, he had to wait a few hours for the store to prepare his order, and so during that time, he walked across the road to a local firing range. This would be a turning moment for Elliot. He had previous thoughts of acting out the day of retribution, a time where Elliot would claim vengeance against women for denying him of his sex life. And it was here in this firing range, after he took his first few shots, that he asked himself,
"What am I doing here? How could things have led to this?"
While his internal question at first sounded hesitant, by the end of the day, he had made his mind up. He had come to the conclusion that humans are just brutal animals, and if he cannot thrive among them, he would have to destroy them all. In his manifesto after this day, he wrote,
"I didn't want things to turn out this way. I wanted a happy, healthy life of love and sex. But if I'm unable to have such a life, then I will have no choice but to exact revenge on the society that denied it to me."
Elliot purchased a Glock 34 automatic pistol in December that year, and again during the following spring break he purchased another firearm, a Sig Sauer P226. On the 20th of July...
I used to have a shotgun, you know. I used to have a sawn-off shotgun that I was looking after for one of my... Oh, this is finished, I think. How long's left? Do you think we should sit here for 18 minutes and watch this? Basically, he just fucking murdered like a load of people in it. You know, he was like sexually frustrated and he just fucking thought, fuck it, I'm gonna kill loads of people. So he did, and then he turned the gun on himself. Yeah? He was like an incel, you know, a simp, a fucking loser. Are you lot like that or not? What do you think? Be honest. I used to be, but then I set up a YouTube channel, you know, and it's kind of took me up a few levels, I think. I used to buy £50 worth of lottery tickets a week, yeah, and I used to always win like half of the money back. I think it was the lottery or scratch card, I can't remember, it was about 15 years ago. $3. Andrew Tate is genuinely the answer to everything. You know, if you follow him and you got him as a role model, you'd fucking do well. This little Chinese guy, Elliot Rogers, he's like walking around the forests, you know, on his own, as opposed to fucking getting amongst it with women and, you know, getting his eyelids sorted out and fucking getting that pussy, man. He just like walked around a field on his own. It's not going to help you, is it? Review Dana White slapping his wife. Can't be bothered to lean forward, you know, and type this in, man. I'm chilled out here, really chilled. I'm having a nice time. Just deciding if I'm going to go to a fucking factory for 12 hours. Or just do a live stream. If I stream for 12 hours, yeah, what kind of money would I get? If I just left the live to run all day, even if I'm not on it. How much money do you think I'll make? Yeah, Dana White slapping his wife. I've done worse. Well, I've done things more severe. I didn't slap him, I hit him with a closed fist on the chin. It was a good shot, man. Really good shot. Should I put you in timeout, you fucking cunt? Put user in timeout. You'd make more than you would working in a bread factory. It's what Mayweather said, innit? Work smarter, not harder. That factory shit, it's not really a good life. But I love this kind of thing. It's more my cup of tea. You know, my mum's slagging me off, saying, oh, you're not getting my house because you haven't got a career. You haven't contributed at all, so you're not getting the house. I'm going to change my will. Cut you out of it. I'm going to remortgage my house and buy a new kitchen. That's what she said. Did they have a good chin, the women? No, they went down straight away. But it just shows, don't it, that men and women are different. We've got like different bone density, faster muscle twitch fibers. We've got a bigger lung capacity. So, you know, these little transformers who try and fight real women, like, it's not a fair advantage, is it? AJ said you can only spit bucket. I actually clicked on the wrong comment. Tyne, do you rent or have a mortgage? You know what it is? I've got fucked up credit, you know. You know, for all the years of me doing videos for nothing and investing time in editing videos about Coogan and fucking Hor Phelps and the Black Quitter and all these other fucking scumbags in boxing. I took a little financial hit, you know, a few years ago. I was nearly evicted. I told you, innit? I nearly got evicted, man. So I kind of like, I started watching Andrew Tate and people like that, and it motivated me, you know, to get the bag. So I started selling merch, Patreon. Now I'm selling action figurines for $1,000. Doing YouTube live streams, you know, getting nice little super chats from Robin Irwin, £10. That's good of him, man. Shall I read his super chat or shall I just take the money and run? Now, don't be a cunt, man. Read the fucking message, man. I think that's the most I've been paid today. £10. Robbie Irwin. Were you the hardest in your year at school, or was someone harder? Cheers for the stream. Some Muppets on here. Muppets. I think a lot of people in this chat are like that fucking Elliot Rodgers, you know, just down, struggling, just women not replying to them on dating apps and stuff like that. So the top G is a good role model, but they're trying to shut him down, and it's like, why? You seen that fucking woman saying that he didn't do anything to her. Women's boxing channel, thanks for the £10, yeah. Not really into women's boxing, but good luck, man. Thanks for the super chat, yeah. I could fuck up Clarissa Shield, you know. What do you think? Drop my vape. That's what I mean, man. The Romanians will grape Tate in jail if he's convicted. I don't like it. He could get Jeffrey Epstein, you know, murdered. And they pretend it's a little suicide. But yeah, these people who are giving me like super chats, I don't feel like I've given them enough. Like, what do you want me to do? A tenner. What do you get for that? So I made more money today, yeah, than I would working in a factory for 12 hours. So you have to make the right move, man. Are you fucking about or what about Nas? Or are you just trying to get attention? Someone sent me a message on Instagram saying, I'm a professional boxer, big on mental health. The link is to my poetry book. If I link my poetry book, will you review it? Nah, I'm not into poetry, man. If he keeps talking jive, I'll cut it to 5. That was Ali's little bit of poetry on it. It's fucking shit, man. I just like straight to the point talk. I don't like all this poetry bullshit. What the fuck are you lot doing, man? Sorry, my sister's pregnant. I'm going to be a dad. Well done, man. Congratulations. I wish my sister was attractive, you know. She's fucking black. Yes, Grime DMB. I remember you from before, you know. You gave me a little super chat, innit? You're still here, yeah? 3 hours in. Just got Coinbase, getting that crypto money in time. That's it, man. Get in there while it's cheap. Spent a few grand, you know, buying the dip, the crash. Spent a few grand on it. There's always 500 people in here, isn't there? Always the same 500 people chatting away. I'm at work doing night shift. Use your platform to milk super chats. Be safe. Yes, Mike Bell. I forgot what I was going to say, man. Don't matter. So, and if you want that bag, get out me for your channel. Helps people. What? I don't understand what you're saying, man. What are you saying? Fucking zesty little cunt. Someone says, I want to hear you gulp. Sorry, and this is not a joke. Your channel helps people who are suffering from depression. People are saying Naz is dead. So it's hard to know what to believe, innit? I think you're just trying to get attention, man. The noise your stomach keeps making makes me cringe. I know. What do you want me to do about it? I've got like 2 jumpers on. Yeah? Try to put up like a sound barrier. Yeah, but it probably sends as many into depression. I think what it is, yeah, I said about Ebony Bridges, like trying to avoid talking about when she got raped, but we want to hear it, don't we? Your channel helps people who suffer from insomnia. I fell asleep myself on your last 3 lives, laughing face. Whatever. I sometimes listen to them nice little ASMR videos. I'll play one of them just for a little bit. It's nice and relaxing, man. You know this little blonde woman? She's fucking helped me fall asleep a lot of times. ASMR blonde woman. She looks alright, but it's not her that I listen to normally. It's her, this one here. I think she's called Emma. Let's have a little listen to this. Nice little sounds.
Good evening. Thank you so much for joining me tonight. Today I decided to just have some one-on-one time with you.
It's arousing, isn't it?
Some no rules, no games. Just pamper time.
What you say?
I'm going to relax you. I'm going to use some of the very relaxing techniques. Relaxing movements, sounds.
You know the woman who bought... Why am I fucking it up, man? I was just going to say, you know the woman who bought me that TV, she gets jealous, you know, when I fucking play women like this and I get into them. She gets jealous, man.
Relaxing words that I hope you enjoy.
This woman here is nice, isn't she? But she's going to be old one day and wrinkly and saggy and fucked up. So it happens to all women, man.
With some nice, gentle, hypnotizing hand
Can you hear this shit?
movements
I'm ruining it by talking, man.
that hopefully make you feel a little bit sleepy and relaxed. But I hope that you trust me how about we do something nice for you to pamper you, and I will just try to feel your aura, your energy field. Just going to grease my hands like this.
I want to lick her out, man. She's quite nice.
On each side.
She's my type, you know what I mean?
Trying to cleanse you. Help you feel lighter. Take off that weight, yes.
I've got a semi.
So I sense that something could be troubling you. And I would like to provide you with the comfort, if you allow me. You know, our existence as humans is a constant struggle. And it's very unfortunate. But the reality is, it is a blessing and a curse. We're just here to experience everything, good and bad. We all go through it. You're never alone in this world. So, just remember that.
I think she's nicer than
We all
Horfeld.
do our best. And I know that you do your best as well. And I appreciate it. I personally do. Also, thank you for always being so supportive of me too. It is such a pleasure. So thank you. Let me walk around you a little bit and sense your aura right here.
What colour are her pubes, do you think? Is she naturally blonde or she dyed her hair? What do you think her pubes look like? She's got like dark eyebrows. I don't know if they're painted on or what. Are they real? They might be real. I think she's naturally dark, so I think she's got black pubes in it. Do you think she watches these lives?
And on your shoulders right here. You can possibly feel warmth coming from my hands as they just slightly gaze over you. Grace. Hopefully.
I want to see her face, innit? Not a fucking...
You deserve to be pampered and comforted and relaxed. So let me brush your hair a little bit. I'll do one side at a time. So let me just grab some strands of your hair here. Okay.
She looks quite fresh, yeah, young, you know, in her prime. So, you know, Hor Phelps, she's jealous of women like this. That's why she's had a load of surgery.
And again, brush it over you.
She throws her eggs as well, so she's hit the wall, man. And she knows it. She's in a fucking rape, man.
I hope that this is pleasant for you. You can just close your eyes.
Show this picture here.
Okay, let me give you a scalp massage here.
That was a nice relaxing little fucking video, wasn't it? Utter madness. This I can't relate at all. But you can't relate to a nice woman just with a nice little soft voice, you know. What's your problem, man? Oh, you fucking idiot, man. Hold on a second. Let me show you this picture here. Can you see that picture here? Can you see that? Can you see it? That's a photo of Hall Phelps in it and Michael Jackson. I don't know if you can see it, man. Don't matter. She's had surgery anyway. You can't really see the picture that well, but she looks like Michael Jackson, man. She's trying to hold on to her youth, man. She's jealous of that woman, you know, in that video. Her youthful looks, her nice smooth skin. So Hall Phelps has froze her eggs and she's gone on OnlyFans, you know, because she knows it's the final days. She's hit the wall, man. Yeah, it's gone below 500 listeners now, so I'm going to fuck it off, innit? I think people lost interest when I put that woman on, but I like it. I keep asking Hall Phelps for a picture of her tuna hamper. I've offered up to £8. No joy. What do you get? Like, I know some of you lot are fucking subscribed to her OnlyFans, man. You seem like the kind of people who do it. What do you get for it? Have you seen her posse yet? Because she's been doing it a few months, so... You know, if you're not getting any kind of fucking posse pic, like, he's just wasting your money, man. But I can't have a go at people like that because they fucking give me super chats, innit? No disrespect to anyone who's given me money, yeah, but they say a fool and his money will easily part. So I think Hall Phelps has like jumped on that opportunity, you know, to make easy money without even showing a fucking pussy. Or stupid, man. People who pay for that, it's so like desperate. What do you get? Because Andrew Tate, when he did a webcam service, he like pretended that women were messaging men, but it was actually him, you know, doing all the typing. So these men, these desperate men, they thought they were getting messages, you know, from nice women, but it was Andrew Tate, you know, who's typing it. But if weirdos pay for this channel, yeah, if weirdos pay for this channel, then imagine how much Hall Phelps gets. That's it, man. You easily fucking make money, you know. It's not that hard to make money nowadays. You know, the internet. The internet's good and bad, innit? Obviously, men are watching porn. They're not really connecting with a woman in the real world, but if you can use it to your advantage, you know, and just get paid from just sitting there like this. Tyne, I've never been a fool to part with even a tenner, but you're one of the realest. Tyne, I've never been a fool to part with even a tenner, but you're one of the realest. You look at porn on the screen on Pornhub and your mouth starts watering. And you start licking your lips. You want the real thing, don't you? You don't want a microwave meal. If Hall Phelps was spreading her chocolate starfish, I'd probably pay for it. I used to train at this gym in Nottingham, yeah, with Carl Froch. And I was about 18. I was like 17, 18. I was young and dumb and naive. And the trainers in the gym, they were like grown men, you know, in their 30s. And they used to talk about chocolate starfishes. You know, how they enjoy fucking... And I was disgusted by it, innit? You know, when I was young and dumb and naive. I used to think these men are disgusting, man. You know, fucking enjoying, indulging in licking a woman's chocolate starfish. But you know, now it's like I've changed, man. I've evolved. Alright, let me type chocolate starfish into Google Images and see what we find. Chocolate starfish. What the fuck is that shit, man? That's not it. Basically, it's a woman's arsehole, isn't it? You know, like that. That's more like it, I think. The fuck is that? Yeah, that. You know, the cracks, the creases in a woman's arsehole. That's the hole there. That's more like it. That's what I'm talking about. See that? You know, when these guys were talking about licking that in the gym, I thought, you fucking sick bastards, man. But why are we sitting here at 2:30 in the morning looking at chocolate starfish, man? Yeah, sorry about the noise. What do they call him? Pooh Geordie.
This video is sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends.
So he's still got sponsors. I thought they all dropped him, you know, after his little Islamophobic fucking comment.
Shadow Legends is a turn-based MMO RPG.
That's what I mean. Imagine if I was playing these kind of games, man. You know, on the stream, it'll be a bit more entertaining than looking at like chocolate stars.
That lets you game against your friends and thousands of other players online. You can download the game to your mobile phone or PC using the QR code on screen now or via my link in the description below and join over 80 million players online right now. Raid Shadow Legends is all about building a formidable squad of champions ready to take on the toughest bosses you are going to find. This Christmas, Raid are dropping a present for every bosses you are going to find. This Christmas...
She looks like Ronda Rousey, don't she? What do you think? She looks like Ronda Rousey, man. This game looks alright. That's who that Shannon Contley tried to like mimic, you know, be arrogant and not touch gloves and just storming off when they lost.
Raid are dropping a present for everyone in the game with UFC legend Ronda Rousey now a playable champion in the game. You can get Ronda right now whether you're an existing or new player to Raid. All you have to do is log into the game between now and February 28th and Ronda is yours. She's going to take your squad to the next level with lots of multi-hit skills that are perfect against the tricky bosses. Just like when she first started in the UFC, she's there to choke out the opposition and help you win some fights. And that's not all this Christmas. Raid are also doing 12 days of Raid. This is a mini game that lasts 12 days, and during that period you can win some amazing in-game and real-life prizes. Enjoy the video. Alright, welcome back to True Geordie Extra for my Fighter of the Year 2022. Don't forget to subscribe if you're new. And in coming up with, you know, the person I think should win this award, I had to really rack my brains here. Do you know what I mean? There were some great performances. I'm thinking of Dmitry Bivol in the boxing world. Alexander Usyk. I mean, it's pretty hard not to give it to him. The guy moved up, took on Anthony Joshua, beat him twice quite comfortably. Katie Taylor, she had a hell of a decision against Serrano. Cattrall, what a performance he put on against Taylor, got robbed in the decision. Clarissa Shields, great performance against Marshall. Tyson Fury, you could even give it to him if he didn't think I was a tosser. So we'll leave him. I think that's fair. In the MMA world, you've got people like Pereira, Makachev, Chimaev, all putting on dominant displays this year, and a couple of them becoming champion. But it only felt right that this year, my Fighter of the Year is... it's Leon Edwards. You got me. You got me. I finally said it. I finally gave him the credit he deserves. You've been telling me for a long time, acknowledge him. Well, here it is. Leon Edwards, you are the Fighter of the Year 2022. Yeah, this is a bit of a weird one. I've never had my subscribers gang up so relentlessly, so regularly on me to acknowledge a fighter. And there was never any issue for me with that. I just noticed it was happening and I thought, it's going to see how long I'll drag this out for. Apparently, about 6 months, and it's still happening. I admire the persistence. I admire that this matters so much. And today is the day we acknowledge Leon Edwards. So yeah, the real reason why I never did it at the time was I just think I was struggling for time or something, and I'd managed to let it slip away from me, and people were just really keen to hold me accountable. And I think one of the reasons people thought it was that I'm a big fan of Usman, mainly because of my interview with him. I absolutely loved interviewing the guy. Very smart guy and very likable. But that really had nothing to do with why I didn't cover the fight. Today, we're going to look at that amazing performance that crowns Leon Edwards, my Fighter of the Year 2022. I've managed to find this with alternative commentary, for which I have no idea what country it was from. Real talk, I had no clue that Leon Edwards was going to win this fight. He got rocked by Nate Diaz in the fight before that, and I'm thinking, if Nate Diaz can rock you, Usman can take your head off. How wrong I was. I think why this performance was so impressive to a lot of people was A, Usman already had a win over Leon Edwards. B, the dominance of Usman coming into this fight, it was, to me, superior than the dominance of Adesanya over his division. It was, like, relentless. Like, I didn't see any way for Usman to lose this fight. However, I did notice a little bit of a slowing down against Covington in the fight before this. So, you know, maybe that was a little clue as to what was coming that I just missed. You know what this is? This is every fighter fighting a wrestler, in my opinion, should watch this fight and go, this is how you fight a wrestler. On your toes, never standing still for long enough to be susceptible to a takedown, or at least an easy takedown, and attack every part of the body. Keep them guessing. Put them on the back foot. That was the problem when people used to fight GSP. Everyone allowed him to dictate the game. And Leon did such a good job, as you can see here, of just constant feints, little low kicks, just unpredictable the whole time. There you go. As soon as Usman gets in close, goes for that takedown. And Leon with just cat-like defense here. Such good defense from Leon. And to get that in the mental game in the first round, to go like, look, I withstood your takedown when you were at your strongest. But Usman does get on top. And for me, what made Usman a great champion, it wasn't necessarily that he had one skill, although his wrestling is very powerful, that was especially impossible to stop outside of the early days when he was pinning Woodley down with the wrestling. When he evolved, it was everything. And it was the way he put it together. I just didn't see anyone having enough of a well-rounded game to stop one of those avenues to victory. Leon showed in this fight how fucking well-rounded he is. To beat an Usman, it's not about always being on top. It's about being able to survive when he's on top and hanging in there. I underestimated Leon Edwards' mental strength. I mean, look at this right now. To pin Usman down and end up in full mount, amazing. That was a real, this ain't the same as last time moment. And that is so important to build on for Leon in this fight. Credit to him, like. Even if you've seen a Leon Edwards win coming, you probably didn't see this coming. When you watch carefully, that the kick from Edwards, he is setting it up. I like the way he just lunged in there. What annoys me is when fighters who are defensively sound, like Leon Edwards is, just sit back and rely on that, you know, and they just think, I'm going to play it safe and hope that the guy drops in front of me at some point and then I'll put him away. You have to engineer that. And that's where my frustration comes with people like Darren Till, who are smart defensively on the feet, in the striking range, but don't take enough risks. Leon got that balance well here. And look, he's covering up so good. And he's as much as he's in a bad spot, he's actually able to take that and keep going. Nice from Leon. You can see that Leon's posing enough questions so that Usman is not able to be as confident as he normally is. And Usman's still pushing forward, but there's a lot more trepidation there. Oh, there is the question mark. Are you sure you want to do that, boss? These are the type of guys who are so mentally strong, so skilled. We could watch these guys fight 5 times to get different results. They're so good. But then it's how does Usman come back from a knockout defeat? Different kind of person at that point that you're training for. You're training for someone who knows he can beat you now. This is where I thought Usman was coming on strong here and starting to wear Leon down. And this is where you've got to give credit to the heart, the desire, and the chin of Leon, because it must be demoralizing. You know, this guy's already beaten you. You're witnessing him do to you what he's done to every other fucker before you. So it can't be confidence building in the slightest. Also, he's leaning on you, draining the gas tank. I mean, you can see Leon's face there. He's thoroughly miserable, bless him. But he's limiting Usman to actually achieve anything on the ground, which is a good thing. Like, Usman really not doing a great deal with all of this time. And that's what makes this win for Edwards all the more impressive, is how much time he spent being the nail and not the hammer. As this fight is going on, the hope that you have for Edwards is just that window is closing. It's closing. It's closing. The likelihood of him having enough pep in any of his shots to hurt Usman, by the way, granite chin. So as this fight is going on and you're seeing Usman on top, just wearing down Edwards, there's no way. For 1 second, you're thinking Edwards is going to pull something out the bag here. Dying seconds of the round, and Usman really pouring it on Edwards as best as he can. Looks in complete control. Nice knee from Edwards, still trying, but let's be real, looks like he's getting a bit of an arse kick in here. But he's still there, still mentally there. And it actually not really a lot of marks on him, you know. He's covered up really well throughout the fight. He's clearly trained his arse off because his cardio was on point. He's not fading the way a lot of people would with that level of pressure. And this fight for me was won in the gym. And obviously a lot of fights are, but you can see that. The coach of Edwards telling him, this is it now. You have to go for the fucking kill. And also, let's not kid ourselves. If Leon Edwards loses this fight, he is not getting another title shot. At the time, he was not seen as that marketable. Although he's a Brit, he's not the most talkative guy. The UFC weren't going to be in a rush to give him another title shot. And again, he's taking a bit of a few punches here and there. There's a takedown attempt, just constantly energy draining. Almost got Leon down, but he manages to stay on his feet. And that is the fucking will of a champion. But you can see Usman tiring a little bit in this 5th round from all the graft he's put in. And we're now fighting at Leon Edwards' range. It's the first person I can remember who hasn't really faded dramatically fighting Usman. Like, he's still in there, throwing all the techniques he should be in round 5. Bang, motherfucker! Woo! Unbelievable. Unbelievable. The most dominant champion, never really in that much danger throughout his title defenses. Never showed he had a bad chin by any means. And Leon Edwards, a man who was criticising his previous performance for not going for the kill, has just went in there and done the unthinkable. What a fucking moment. My God. Usman leans in it, and that is a sharpshooter at his best. This is the best of Leon Edwards. This is what he's fully capable of. And I only hope that now he has done something as unbelievable as this, that we see more confidence, more aggression, more belief in, not that he lacks belief, but look, mate, you are one of the very fucking best we've seen in there.
Declaring the winner by knockout.
The maddest bit about all of this for me, before we even get the interview, was Leon has never been the guy to talk mad shit or to let his personality explode onto the camera. He's never been that guy prior to this. Motherfucker, he made up for it. This is one of the best post-fight interviews ever. Loved it.
Don't doubt me, I couldn't do it. The odds that I couldn't do it. Look at me now. Look at me. Pound for pound. Headshot. Dead. That's it.
Goosebumps. Love it.
Mom, I told you. I told you, Mom. I told you I did.
Well, that's fucking beautiful. Honestly, to see a son fulfill his dreams and to ring his mother and say all that, I'm emotional just watching it back and it happened fucking 6 months ago or something. So yeah, to see all of that personality finally pour out of Leon after sort of a few years of being quite reserved, it just made it all the more special. Big up to Leon Edwards, my Fighter of the Year 2022. There was no win that was bigger, more impressive for me, given who he went up against, how hard he had to hang in there, and the finish, wow, right at the death, headshot, dead. It's like, you fucking damn right it is. So yeah, big up Leon, looking forward to his fight next year, and for all of you lot who've been giving me shit in the comments, I hope you enjoyed the video. If you have, like the video, subscribe, thanks for watching, and I'll see yous on the next one.
I had a little nap. Nice little nap. You like my little Thai FLTV fucking eye mask here, man. Yes. Merch. Merch. Oh, copyright. Bastard. Is this still playing? It said it's been copyrighted, man. I don't know if this is even playing. Is this playing? Shit. Is this still playing? I don't think it's playing, you know. Copyright. No, I don't think it's playing, you know. Check, check, check. No, this ain't playing. What the fuck's going on here, man? Is this playing or what? It said they took it down for copyright or some shit like that. Fucking dickhead, man. I had a little nap. It says your stream is no longer... Oh, I don't know. You still here? What are you doing? It's dropped below 400 now, so I'm gonna have to just fuck off, man. I don't know where the copyright was, but... Start a fresh stream. Shall I just start again? I'm not sure which one got copyrighted. I don't know if it's True Geordie or that fucking woman whispering. Might be True Geordie, I don't know. I don't think he likes me anymore, you know, after I like Andrew Tate. Did a video praising him and shit, but... Are you going to go work? I don't think so. I think I'm just going to sleep for 10 hours. Wake up about 2 p.m. Have some nice breakfast. and then get ready for a stream a bit later on. So I've enjoyed myself. Have you? Someone says it's not copyright strike. It's probably a violation for leaving the stream. You can't do that. Sleep streams get taken down. I wondered that, you know. So I was just gonna like leave a stream running, you know, all night and just wake up and see how many super chats I've got. So maybe that's the rules, but I didn't really know about it. You can't just do a stream and just fuck off. Oh, because when I left, yeah, that's when it got taken down, innit? Now I'm back talking. They're saying it's okay. And it's playing normally now. So. Have you had these before? Nice little orange wafer type biscuits. Sorry about all this noise, man. I can't help it. So you're not allowed to like do a stream and just fuck off? Or was it because I was playing True Geordie's video? I don't know. Because they might say, well, if I'm talking over the video, it's like a review. But just fucking off like that. Why ain't this fucking comment coming up on the screen, man? Women's Boxing Channel. Just give me another tenner. Nice little donation from Women's Boxing Channel. We should meet for a drink. What you say? Keep it real, same as you. Don't agree with all, but you do a top job. These vids are no good though. These vids are no good though. You did just ask. What? I don't know what you're on about, man. What are you saying? Are you saying you fucking like me or not? What are you saying to me? You say they're no good, man. You gave me 20 quid, man. It's appreciated, boy. I don't know what. I don't know if you got that bipolar shit. Like Tyson Fury, man. Now you're saying I'm cool, you're cool, like you're just dissing me, man, saying the video's no good, but you can do a sleep stream if you don't have videos playing. Okay, is that what it is? If I'm gonna do that, I have to do it at like 8 PM. Go to bed early. Because it's too late now, I don't feel like people are tuning out, the numbers are dropping. If you kept this live on while falling asleep, how would you read your super chats? Saying that you don't read half of them anyway. But that's it, it don't matter. Once I've got them, it's it. You can't have a refund. But I don't feel like you're getting your fucking money's worth, so I'll try and read them all, innit? I wasn't dissing you at all, was saying you do a good job, otherwise I wouldn't donate. But what did you say in the super chat though? I'm sure you was dissing me, which I don't mind. It's not good content, but I've enjoyed it. We should meet for a drink. What you say? Keep it real, same as you. Don't agree with all, but you do a top job. These vids are no good though. So you dissing me, innit? I don't understand, man. Make your fucking mind up, man. I think Ty is wearing one of them health spa robes. You know what? That's true, you know. The spa. He's saying a hotel, but I can't really read which one I stole this from. I used to go to the sauna with my old trainer Brandon, and he used to talk to me about Nas. So I probably got it from then, innit? The spa. The videos are no good, she said. Make her another win in the streets time. Bro, I don't know what you're fucking on about, man. I'm too drunk for this shit. I might go to bed. 3 o'clock in the morning, you know. I ain't dissing, I'm talking preference. Chill. I like you, lol. Yeah. Thanks for the super chats, man. You know, we can all have little disagreements, innit? Tiny's Jennifer Metcalf, a gold digger. That's who Jermaine Pennant was with before, but she was in Hollyoaks, so she probably had a bit of cash herself. Men don't care about women's money though. We don't give a fuck. Like, we would get with a woman who works in McDonald's as long as she's nice, as long as she's got a nice fucking body, nice face. But it don't work the other way around. You know, if a man's decent looking but he's broke and he's on benefits, most women won't get with him. They want ambition, innit? A man with money. Goes back to evolutionary times, man. Yes, bro. Ty, and I'm loyal to your stream, good or bad. Love you, bro. Yep, appreciate it. You're that guy from Facebook, innit? You lot send me content. It was you lot who told me Jermaine's gone bankrupt. And I was kind of glad in a way. The guy knocked me off my bike, drove off. It might have caused me a bit of brain trauma. So, and if you could get away with graping your cousin, would you risk it? That's a really good question, you know. That's probably the best question of the live. The 4-hour live. If you could get away with raping your cousin, would you do it? I don't know, because it's like part of me, yes. Because obviously we love pussy, innit? So the easiest way of getting it is ideal. But what about my morals? Could I morally go ahead with it? I don't know. I might have a conscience. My conscience might kick in, you know, when she's screaming, saying, no, you're my cousin. I don't know, man. It's a good question, though. So what do you want? A long-term relationship or the single life? It's hard to find a good woman in this kind of part of the world, innit? If I was in like Saudi Arabia, I probably would have married a nice little Muslim, but it's just taking the risk in this part of the world, innit? Getting with a slag who's fucked loads of men already. You know, goes out partying every week in a little short skirt, getting drunk. It's a risk, man. Now I'm starting to make money as well. Like, I risk losing a big chunk of cash, you know, by getting with some slag. You know that woman in Jermaine's photo, in that photo with Jermaine? They've split up. Yeah. I think when the money diminished, she fucked off. And that's probably why Jermaine's bankrupt, because I think he married her. Yeah, he married her and then they got divorced, so I'm not really willing to take that risk. I'd rather just sleep around and just do these lives. Top G's don't work. So you're saying if I go to work in 3 hours, I won't be a top G. I'm not a top G because I'm working. It's optional though. It's not like I have to go. If my alarm goes off at 4 a.m. in 1 hour, I can just turn it off and say, oh, fuck it. I'll just do a live again and just talk shit. Get some ad revenue. Just drag it out, but I need some pay slips, you know, if I want to get a mortgage and get into property. Yes, Ty, be a Muslim. One of the reasons why I listen to you is because of your respect for Islam. Join us. Yeah, there is a lot of it that I agree with. But when I read like the Bible and shit, I just think it's just made up, man. Adam and Eve were having a little conversation with a snake. You know, the fucking snake told them to eat the apple. It's not realistic, is it? So it's hard to commit to something that just don't really sound real. I think Moses parted the sea with his rod. So he got out his little rod and the sea parted. You know, it's not realistic, is it? So I don't know. No disrespect to religion, but some of it sounds like fantasy talk, you know, like Harry Potter. I don't know how he came about, man, but my mum's wasted her life waiting for Jesus Christ to come back and save her from a life of misery. And she's 60 now and he hasn't come back to save her Jesus Christ, the so-called savior. So my mum's fucked, you know, because she's been relying on fucking Jesus Christ. Yes, women's boxing. Thanks for the £10 super chat again, yeah. Love the shit talk here. Been watching silently for years. Time to talk, yeah. So he was being silent. He was like watching secretly. Some people do that, innit? That's what Kogan does. You know, my stories, my Instagram stories, he looks at them. I see him looking all the time. Every single story is there, like watching. I see him, man. I see him. But he don't want to admit it. He don't want to admit that he likes my fucking content. Same with that boxing basement. Kogan watches him as well, but Kogan would never admit it to boxing basement. You don't want to give him the confidence, you know, to rise up and step up with the subscribers and kind of take over. But yeah, fuck boxing, man. It's dead. We haven't really spoke about it. Some idiot keeps talking about Frank Bruno, but I just put him in time out, man. I feel like I'm letting you down, you know, if I just end the live. Because what you're going to do for the rest of the night, man? You're just trying to get through life, aren't you? I feel guilty, that's why I left the stream running. But then I thought, that's a bit snidey as well. Someone might have sent me a little super chat. So I got out of bed, yeah. Do you resent Frank Bruno because you didn't achieve anything in boxing? This is what I mean though, when you talk about boxing. Frank Bruno got sectioned, you know, his wife left him. He ended up sleeping in his boxing ring, you know, at his house. He was like proper messed up. Got into pantomime and started dressing up like a fucking woman. You know, humiliating himself. I've got my pride, man. Good little comment. They say life begins at 40, don't they? I think my life's starting to really take off. I used to be in bed, yeah, and I'd hear a bang. And I think, oh, that's the fucking bailiffs coming to take my TV and my laptop. But now I can sleep with ease. Put my little Thai FL TV eye mask on and just fucking sleep. So what's my age got to do with being at peace? Why are you bringing up the fact that I'm nearly 40 years old, man? You know the woman who gave me a TV and a DVD player and an iPhone? She gave me this as well. She got it made, man. TFL TV. She wants to marry me desperately. She's a bit old in life, you know, like Hall Phelps. So she's probably not getting the same attention that she did when she was 20 years old. So she's buying me all this shit, you know, this eye mask. She's massive as well, isn't she? Oh, the woman who bought me all this stuff. No, she's in decent shape, man. She's a decent looking woman. I banged her a few times. She's good at giving hand jobs. I like a nice hand job from a woman because I can be lazy, you know, just lay back and just chill. And just see her hand going up and down my dick. She took me to Toby Carvery one time as well, you know, and bought me a nice little Sunday roast. And I was in tears, man. I was trying to hold back the tears, innit? You know, because she was being so nice to me and fucking Dave Allen walked in. And I had to turn my chair around, you know, so he couldn't see me with fucking tears in my eyes. Dave Allen. Show her IG now. She asked me not to expose her, you know what I mean? Because a lot of you lot are sending like dick pics, you know, to the woman. You know, the black critter, he tried it on with her as well. Fucking cunt. I'm sure Dave would understand. Dave Allen, did you rate him? I don't know, he was like Ebony Bridges, wasn't he? He was like that, not really that talented, but had a bit of heart, a bit of toughness. Had a few gimmicks, you know, like Ebony Bridges with the underwear. The fucking bra, the knickers. Dave Allen put socks down his pants, you know, he was acting... I don't know, he's a good marketer, but I think he's kind of fucked it off. He's got a little daughter, hasn't he, Dave Allen? What do you think of that? If you got life in jail, would you start bombing people? I always think this, because I know a guy from my area in Notts who got 35 years in prison. You know, for shooting like a bunch of schoolgirls in a rival drug area in Nottingham. He killed one of them, innit, and he got 35 years. And I think, at what point do you turn gay? How long does it take, you know, for you to be in prison before you think, fuck it, I need to just fuck a man? You know, last resorts. I don't know how long it takes. Yeah, this... Let me have a look here a minute. That's him there, isn't it? Yeah, he's black. Did you kind of predict that he would be black before I even shown you this photo? These two guys are from my area in Notts. They got about 35 years. You know, for some dumb shit. Postcode wars, you know, these guys fighting over postcodes. Like, this is my area, but no one owns anything, you know, in that area. So it's not really theirs, is it? They don't own anything. You're not a fucking owner of anything in the area, so why are you talking about it's your fucking area, man? But yeah, he's black. I was watching this video today, yeah, and this guy was saying like black people are the most racist people out there, because you know when one of their own dies, like George Floyd, they start protesting, you know, like saying, oh, it's fucked up. But then there's a lot of blacks killing blacks in it, but they don't want to talk about that, so. How big is your Corey, champ? I shaved my ball sack today. Or was it yesterday? I had a little shave, a little trim. And my dick looks bigger, so. But it's still around the 5-inch mark. This is fucking stupid, isn't it? This is fucking dumb. But you know, the money I've made, it's like, it makes it worth it. I like it anyway. I enjoy myself. It's therapy, but it is a bit dumb. I was having a go at my mum, yeah, because she chose the wrong guy. You know, my dad. My dad was 17, my mum was 13. And I told her for the first time the other night, New Year's Eve, that my dad caught me watching, like, well, looking at page 3 women, you know, when I was fucking beating off, when I was like 14, 15. So he should have had the talk with me, you know, that sexual talk, you know, and told me to avoid certain kinds of women. But he didn't. He caught me fucking beating off over some page 3 cutouts. Tying, you are effortlessly funny. Tying, you are effortlessly funny, like Carl Pilkington. That's what keeps us entertained. What's happened to that guy? I think him and Ricky Gervais fell out, you know, because like Ricky Gervais used to do a podcast, yeah, with this guy called Stephen Merchant, and Carl Pilkington was just like pressing the buttons, you know, the producer. And then he said a few little things, Carl Pilkington, and Gervais started laughing. So Gervais started to like incorporate him into the podcasts. So Carl Pilkington started to step up and he became a millionaire. And then I think he got a bit like arrogant, you know, and thought, you know, I'm going to set up my own production company. You know that program, Idiot Abroad? I think Carl Pilkington like kind of tried to get more money. It's like Naz and Brendan. Naz tried to reduce Brendan's percentage, you know, and he started to become big time. He tried to drop it from like 25% to like 10%. So money always fucks it up, man. I think that's what happened with Carl Pilkington and Ricky Gervais. I need to know why you spit in your own yard. Ha ha ha. Do you clean it? You got carpet? I got too many questions. You know, Andrew Tate, he says, if you cook your own food, yeah, you're a loser. Because if you got time to stand in the kitchen for hours and hours, seasoning food and, you know, fucking peeling potatoes and chopping up little carrots, you know, and adding a bit of salt to your little dish, you know, you ain't got you're investing too much time on that as opposed to going out there and making that money. You know, becoming an entrepreneur. Obviously, if you're getting paid from like cooking, you get like YouTube videos that are cooking based. You know, early on in the stream, there was two little women like drinking alcohol, chatting. It was a dead chat, Bambino Becky, but there's a few like ways of making cash, you know, from food and drink. You know, reviewing drinks. There's a channel called Drink Champs, and they had Kanye West on the other day, and they were just drinking and chatting, and it was, you know, it's a nice little way of cashing in. You put black people down. Any icons? I like black people. Who do I like who's black? Johnny Nelson, MBE. Who else? Tupac. Who else is black? I was going to say Don King. Who else is there who's black? Mayweather. Bro, these noises are fucking... I like a load of black people, man. I'm not racist. I'm just saying, when that little white woman, yeah, said I'm not black enough, I think she thought I should commit crimes and sell drugs, and women like these bad guys. If good guys come last. Yeah, Lennox Lewis as well. Big fan of Lennox. Yeah, he'd have fucked up Joshua. Tyson Fury. I'm not racist, man. You should have told her that she isn't white enough. She was white enough. She was fucking... She had a nice little fucking white pussy, man. But that was back in the days, you know, before Instagram and that, dating apps. So it was easier to fuck women back then. Now that same kind of woman should have like hundreds of fucking men messaging her. So unless you stand out, you're not going to get a look in on you these days. You got to be a man of value. Dave Chappelle, that's another black man, innit, who I like. The women on Plenty of Fish look like mutants. Yeah, they're just rejects, aren't they? They're like leftovers. When they were in their prime, 20 years old, 18, they would have fucking got a lot of attention, so they would have got a lot of dick. So they probably picked up a load of kids, you know, along the way. Andy Peters, he was a little black sellout, wasn't he? Like Joshua. Anyone know the woman on the top right? That's what I mean, man. You see my mum's like trying to say to me, oh, you're not getting my house. You haven't got a career. She don't know, man. You're enjoying these photos. I put it together nicely. We've got a nice little chat box here with people chatting. My mum's just old fashioned, man. It's like Coogan. Coogan's mum and dad wanted him to be an accountant and marry a little ugly Sri Lankan woman. But Coogan was like, nah, fuck that. I want to become a break dancer. And he went to like theatre school and he was doing like break dancing and all that shit. Then he got into IFL later. I was going to say, so he made the right choice, but, you know, he's posting on Instagram how he's depressed and, you know, he said he was ringing up Joshua on the phone, fucking complaining. I think Joshua said Coogan rang him at 2 a.m, you know, complaining. But even though Sri Lankan women look a bit fucking... They're probably loyal, aren't they? Because they believe in God, don't they? They believe in a fucking elephant with 5 arms. That's not racist either. Let me just show you this picture of this little god that these Sri Lankans worship. See? See that? See all them arms? You see that elephant there? That fucking... Well, that's a person. You see that elephant there with the arms? See what I mean? You thought I was being racist, didn't it? Look at what I typed into Google Images. Sri Lankan god. A fucking elephant with 5 arms. Or 4. So you know if Coogan married a little ugly Sri Lankan woman, yeah, she would have been faithful because she would have fought that fucking elephant with the arms. Would make her burn in hell. You know, they believe in like reincarnation as well, don't they? It's crazy, man. All this shit. This guy in the comments was like trying to get me to convert to Islam, but I don't know, man.
I was informing Greta that my very extensive car collection with internal combustion engines which run on dead dinosaurs have an enormous emission profile. And she replied by telling me her own email address. Greta's email address is, I have small dick energy. Why would that be your own email address, Greta? Strange. I mean, also, I don't want to assume her gender. It's 50-50, but it is what it is. I'm not actually mad at Greta because she doesn't realize she's been programmed. She doesn't realize she's a slave of the Matrix. She thinks she's doing good. Someone has sat her down and convinced her to try and convince you, to beg your government to tax you into poverty to stop the sun from being hot. And then, because I called her out on it, the global Matrix got this bot farm to like and retweet and all this bot commenting to try and pretend that her telling me that she has a small dick in her own email address somehow teaches me a lesson. Welcome to a new episode of The Clown Show. I was informing Greta that my very extensive...
I didn't comment on that video of Andrew Tate because I don't know about climate change, innit? I don't know what the conspiracy is there with them fucking the Matrix trying to you know what I mean, jump on the environment. I don't know what the story is there, but
one of the things that people get treated for and they get diagnosed with is anxiety. And that one drives me nuts. It drives me nuts because people pretend that anxiety is a disease.
Yeah, it's not.
And I'm like, my God, the world should make you anxious if you're a sensitive, introspective person. If you're just looking at the world itself and you don't put it in perspective, like it's filled with anxiety. The anxiety it's future problem solving. You're thinking about all the things that can go wrong. You're thinking about your life in a potentially devastating way. And that's not a disease. That's just a way you look at the world. And people getting diagnosed with it.
Well, I won't quite agree with you on that one.
In what way?
I felt anxious at times.
Sure.
The world every day is the same.
Right. You're giving yourself anxiety by looking at the world, right?
By how I look at the world.
Yes.
Because I can look at the same world one day and feel grounded and connected, and I may have all kinds of concerns about what's happening in the world, but my nervous system won't be on edge. My adrenaline won't be flowing. I won't be anxious.
That's my point, is that it's not a disease.
It isn't a disease.
Right.
So one of the brain circuits that we have is for panic and grief. Panic and grief are the normal responses of the young human being or the young animal when care isn't available. So when the parents are stressed, distracted, and they don't respond to the child's distress, they don't pick up the child when they're crying. They make the child be alone when the child is upset. The child's panic circuits get activated, as they should be, because when the child's panic circuits get activated, they cry for help.
Yeah.
So it's necessary for survival. A young animal should feel panic when the adult is unavailable. In a rational world, in a sane world, that child would be responded to. But when children, as in our society, are not responded to in their distress, the panic becomes built into their nervous system, and now you have a lot of anxious people. And that's why more and more kids are being diagnosed. You're right, it's not a disease, it's a response to the environment.
And the thought process of like leaving a child alone when the child's crying, is that to toughen the kid up? Is the thought process that you don't want to encourage this sort of behavior because then they'll do it all the time? Like, what is the thought process?
The thought process is that the child's behavior is the problem. And so we have to fix the behavior by controlling it. Now, actually, the opposite is true. Because
that
if
kid's
you pick up
irritating,
a child when a child has distress, physical or emotional distress, you're teaching the child that the world is safe, and they don't have to be anxious about it, and they can just ask for help. So when the adults show up in a calm, loving way, that the child downloads that into his own nervous system, and then he grows up. He's not going to be an infant forever. At some point, he's going to be a mature adult who knows how to take care of themselves. That's a natural process. We don't have to teach kids to be independent. Independent is nature's agenda, because the parents are going to die. At some point, the mother bear is going to disappear. That bear cub has to be able to look after themselves in a mature, confident way. That's nature's natural agenda. What the mother bear needs to do is to meet the needs of that infant bear, so the infant bear can mature. So if we meet the child's needs, they're going to mature out of that helpless state with a sense of self-regulation and calm confidence in their own capacity. But when you don't pick kids up, what you teach them is that the world is not available, that they're alone, and that they're helpless. Talk about a formula for anxiety.
I think some people do put it on though, you know, this whole anxiety shit. I know this woman, she don't want to get a job, because she says she has panic attacks and stuff like that, but it's just easy to say that, isn't it? Some people just don't want to get out of their comfort zones. Go to a job interview or try it on with a woman or go on a date or fucking get into a boxing ring or octagon. They just try and make excuses in it. I've got anxiety. Yeah, you can all say that, innit? I don't know. That guy who was just chatting to Joe Rogan, I don't know what he was saying, man. Search Cherry Crush ASMR. I don't think people enjoyed it. I love watching them videos. They're nice and relaxing. Some people are kicking off, innit? Tell Pennant to make a YouTube channel and live stream the Apple. What happened with this Apple shit, man? I need to see this video. See Jermaine choking. If you want updated software work for Apple, Jermaine slams Ronaldo after interview. That's not it, is it? Let me listen to this.
And in what way did the partying impact your playing? Was it just the physical toll of late nights and drinks and stuff like that?
Yeah, it would be. Especially as you get older. You know, sometimes when you're young, you can probably have a few here and there and get away with it. But if you want to be the top of your game, you've got to be professional. You've got to be, you know, stick with the elites. And like I said, with me not having that guidance from young, I was easily led astray. I've never had an addictive personality, but I'll say the nights out and the alcohol did lead to, you know, certain mistakes.
You won't be the first footballer to have succumbed to the pleasures of a nightclub, will you?
No, absolutely not, and I'm sure I won't be the last. But again, I keep saying it, but not having that guidance, and then when I was frustrated not playing, and I really, that's all that I knew. So when I wasn't playing, I got so frustrated. The next thing that could take my mind off was go out.
That's what I was like, you know, when I was boxing. My fights used to fall through like all the time. And it's like, when you don't fight, you don't get paid. I might have booked a day off work, or the boss at work might have said, no, you're not fucking coming back if you go off and fight in Scotland at 2 days notice. So when the fights fall through, it's fucking annoying. I don't know if that happened to me when I started going out drinking and just thinking, fuck boxing. I was in a club, I had my arm around 2 women, and I seen a boxer from the gym, and I said, fuck boxing. And I was laughing, and I was drunk, and I was with 2 nice little white women. So what he's saying here, I don't know if that's, what did he say?
And there isn't the incentive to keep yourself physically, you know, perfect, because you're not playing next Saturday.
Yeah, exactly, and that's where probably one of my faults, and which I do regret, is not staying professional, because that chance could have come like that. Maybe the coach was seeing that.
The difference is, like, even when he wasn't playing, he was still getting paid. So that's not as bad as like a boxer who's fucking not getting paid anything. He got like £2,000 a week, you know, when he was 15 years old, and he got 10% of his £2 million signing on fee. So that's 200 grand, isn't it? Well, I think his auntie robbed him because she was looking after his money in London. I think she robbed him, innit? She's a thief. She's a fucking witch. Tried to rob me as well.
He's not really, he's taking his eye off the ball. He was going out a little bit too much, rather than being professional, being like the elite athletes do now, and concentrate and get your head down. Maybe that chance could have come even quicker.
Did you?
Oh, I should have clicked on that Andrew Tate video. I'd have seen a good video.
Perhaps the expectation that was placed on a player with so much talent, so much ability, where necessarily that maybe petered out a little bit towards the end. But it's only when you realise how tough it was as a kid for you that you kind of realised there was not much stability growing up. What was life like?
Yeah, it was difficult. You know, it was, coming from where I was, it's very, you know, very rough.
And your father was a drug dealer?
Yes, he was. You know, he wasn't your traditional drug dealer. He actually tried to provide for all his kids, and we've all loved him. And I didn't really go without. And there's a quote in the book where he says, when I tried to steal a CD, and then I got in trouble with the police about it. He says, son, if you need anything, I will buy it for you, and if I can't, I will steal it. And that's the kind of man it was. And
But
what
that's the kind of guidance you're getting. And people will question what sort of a man would suggest that that's the right way to talk to his son. But that was the life that you were being sort of brought
That's
up.
the life we lived. It was very difficult for a black man to, you know, get a good job to provide for his family. Being a single parent, when you're young and you live a certain path, you just think it's a norm. So you don't know any different.
He was a dealer in Italy, but then things turned to the worse, and he went inside and he got caught, and he was had a prison sentence, came out, and then became an addict himself. And you say he tried to provide for you, but of course, one of the stories you tell, one of the heartbreaking stories on your 14th birthday, is when he took your birthday money from you because he wanted it to spend on drugs.
Yeah, that was a tough period in my childhood, and it really did hurt a lot. And that's when I think things started to fade with my dad. And I think I left Nottingham when I was 16 to go to Arsenal, and from there I tried to build the relationship with him. But that's when he was at his worst. And then over the years, he'd done his best to get on the straight and narrow, which he did.
So you had the jump from your 14th birthday, your dad stealing your birthday money to buy drugs, to suddenly at 15, 16, being signed for one of the biggest signings of the time and finding yourself, you know, in a totally different world with money, you know, with expectation. I mean, then you probably didn't know, but now looking back, what a thing to take on.
Yeah, it was a big thing to take on. It was difficult, you know, because I was homesick as well. At the same time, I was missing my friends. I would travel back every weekend. So I was never really settled in London. And, you know...
You know, when I went to see my mum New Year's Eve, it was so nice, man, just to chill out.
And trying to break into a team like Arsenal was difficult.
You didn't have a mum.
You know, the longer it went on and the longer I didn't play, that's when I started to kind of lose my way and lose my focus and you know, enjoy the luxuries that came with the stardom.
So these are the wild times that have come out of your book, that you can read about in the book, but have also made headlines in the papers this week, haven't they? The wild partying, the girls, the many girls. And in fact, you also talk about Ashley Cole.
And you're very honest in it, Jermaine, to the point where I kind of reading it going, I'm not sure, I'm quite surprised you put some of these stories, some of the sort of the girls that you had back to the apartment with you and Ashley together and the way that you treated them. And I think you've been very honest about how ashamed you are about that behaviour. Now, how do you feel about that period of your life at the time when the partying and the money and all the luxuries took over actually what you were all supposed to be doing, which was playing football at the highest level?
Yeah, like when I look back now, it's something I'm not proud of. But like I said, you know, if I'm going to tell the story, I'm going to have to tell it all and be honest. You know, I'm a different person now. I've grown up, I'm a lot wiser. But that stage of my life was due to not, you know, breaking through. You know, being at 16, being labelled, you know, the next wonder kid, and then making your first debut at 21. You know, it was a lot to take off. It was a long period not to get your chance, and you know, a lot of big frustration started to kick in, and you know, not having my family around me, not having my close friends at the time, you know, trying to help me out. I had no one to turn to, so you know, that was my way of probably dealing with it emotionally. It's difficult because, especially when you're not playing, all you want to do football, you want to play. No matter where it is or what team or what level, you just want to play. And, you know, when you've been shunned out by a manager and transfer deadlines there, it's like a new lease of life to move on and join a new club. And, fresh start, kickstart your career.
Because people say, all that money, why can't they just behave and do well? But does the money actually make a difference?
No, it doesn't, because obviously it's great to be able to have money and be financially secure and to support, you know, your family and whatnot. But the stress that you get when you're not playing, the stress that it takes on your family, you know, you come home and you're miserable. You don't want to go to work. You don't look forward to go to training. And I know a lot of players are coming out and saying that you know, everyone thinks we've got it easy, but the mental side of it, it's very difficult. And if you're not a strong person, you can break easy.
Do you have any regrets?
Yeah, I do. I've numerous regrets, but
What would
You
be
know,
your biggest regrets, you think?
definitely the way, you know, I was with women, and that probably does stem from my childhood, and the drink driving. Growing up, I did have to, you know, learn the hard way and kind of learn on my own as well, but like because sometimes my father wasn't there. You know, now he's such a great man, and you know, for what he's done and what he's been through, you know, I've got to, you know, be grateful and, you know, and thank him as well. I wouldn't be the person here today if it wasn't for him.
Are there dreams now that you'd like to live? Is life better now?
Holly said in the VT you might be going into Celebrity Big Brother. Is this something you can confirm, Jermaine?
They're just probably rumours. I don't know of yet. So
They're probably rumours, or
there may be rumours.
They may be rumours, or I mean, is television something you'd like to do more of?
I enjoy television, so if the opportunity does arise, it's something I won't shy away from.
That wasted about 10 minutes, didn't it? That was a little... Why don't you write a book? I don't know, I don't think people are into books anymore, are they? Did you buy Tyson Fury's autobiography? Have you visited your mum yet? You need to put more effort in with her. Yeah, we had a nice little chat New Year's Eve. Nice drink, nice smoke. She got a lot off her chest, man. Pennant's football career was nearly as bad as your boxing career. No, nowhere near. He played in the Champions League final. Scored a hat-trick for Arsenal. I think he was getting 50 grand a week at one time, so that's totally different. You lot keep talking about Dana White slapping his wife. I might have to do a separate video on that, you know. You know, look into it properly. You know, relate it to Javante Davis. Mayweather. There's loads of connections there. Type Joe Rogan and Joey Diaz talking about Exorcist. It will make you laugh low. Yeah, I've seen that video before, you know. Them guys have some good chats. That's why I ain't really tuned into any boxing shit recently. I ain't bothered listening to boxers talking about their fucking training camps, and I'm really looking forward to the fight. 2023 is going to be a big year for me in boxing, you know what I mean? It's just the same old shit, innit? So much more to get into. That's what my mum said to me as well. She said, why don't you be more broad, like, instead of limiting yourself to boxing? But I'd already thought that before she said anything. She's into like Donald Trump, you know, and Alex Jones, you know, all that stuff. If you get too deep into that, man, you can get murdered. You can get Jeffrey Epstein. I ain't gonna take the risk, man, but Do you get random alcohol tests at this bread factory? They did say to me that they will do like random testing, you know, for drugs. So when I went to my mum's, yeah, you know, when I was coming back on a National Express bus, I tried to get on the bus, but the bus driver said, no, you smell of alcohol. And I said, come on, man, I've only had like half a bottle of Bulmers. And he was like looking at me like, you know, trying to like decide whether not to let me on the bus, but I got on. But you know, when I was waiting to get on the bus, yeah, there was like a queue. And there was this little black guy in the queue, yeah, and he was like trying to talk to me, you know, like saying, oh, how you doing? Did you have a good New Year's? You know, have you got a cigarette that I can have? You know, being all nice and friendly. But you know, when the bus driver said that he didn't know whether he was going to let me on the bus, you know, the black guy who I was talking to, he said to the bus driver, I don't know him. You know what I mean? You know, trying to like distance himself from me. I was going to call him the N-word. The guy was talking to me, you know, being all nice and friendly. And then when the bus driver like was deciding whether to let me on, the guy, the fucking black guy who was acting friendly in the queue, he was like, I don't know him. You know what I mean? And he got on the bus. I thought, you fucking nigger. Fucking sellout, man. Oh, someone just gave me some cash. Let me just scroll back. I don't want to make it seem like I'm doing this for cash, but I kind of am, if you know what I mean. Money, pussy. Be in a position where I can decide to just turn my alarm off, you know, so I don't have to go to work in a fucking factory. Yes, Mr. O, thanks for the super chat, yeah? Ty, look up the serial killer, the Boston Strangler. Getting to 5 hours, man. Bro, I'm sick of answering this question, man. I fucking told you about 10 times, man. You have to maintain. It's good exercise as well, you know, running around the factory at full speed. I get a little workout on. Good idea, that. We haven't really spoke boxing today, have we? Which is quite good. You're just limiting yourself. These channels like YB and that Boxing Basement and that Porky, they're probably not really cashing in like that. They're probably not really making money like that because they've got like a small market. It's like a little niche boxing. Kruger got in there first, so he was able to like capitalize on it, but yes, bro, thanks for the super chat, yeah. Women's boxing channel. Half these people don't get the banter in what you do. So funny. You still here, yeah? You gave me £30 today, didn't you? That's good of you, man. YouTube would take a tenner, but I'll get a nice little 20 quid. If I'd done this at like 8 PM, it would be so much better. I say this all the time, man. But then I always go live at like 11:30, 12 at night. What is your favourite scene in Taxi Driver? You see what I mean? You know, good questions. Good question. Film reviews. It's a good idea, definitely. Get the views up, man. What's your favourite scene in Taxi Driver? When I watched it, I seen similarities between Robert De Niro and me. You know, him driving around in his taxi, just looking at women. I used to always do that. I used to pick women up as well, you know, and charge them like a few quid. You know, being a little fake taxi driver. Dropped 2 women off and they got out of the car and ran off. And I was going to run after them and fucking batter them. But I was already doing something illegal, you know, being a little fake taxi driver. So if I'd have battered them as well and probably done something else to them, I probably would have got locked up. So yeah, just fucking take the L, man. That's what I mean, man. Do you ever fantasize about grape when you spank the one-eyed snake? I don't think women realise how fucking fortunate they are. You know, in today's day and age, in this part of the world. They're complaining, aren't they, about people having a go at them for being fat or slags or this and that or whatever. But they're fucking lucky, man. You know, Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk, them guys probably had a bit of autism, you know, a bit of OCD, where they was like obsessed with just getting their business off the ground and making it a success and scaling it, and just, you know, that obsession that they had, it's quite good, you know. If I was obsessed like them with these lives and I just like done a live all day, just sitting here chatting, a lot of channels do that member thing where you join for £4 a month. Why don't you do that now? I don't know, I've milked it for long enough, man. I've got Patreon in it, but I don't really put any videos on there, so it's a bit of a scam, but that's what I mean. Like, look at this. Watch Boxing King Media's latest video, last video about nuts. Sit there and watch that. It's easy money, innit? What do you lot do for money? Do you work or what? You on benefits? Do you sell weed? What do? Do you make easy money like this or not? That's a good comment. I had a chat with the lads about grape for the first time, thanks to Andrew Tate. It was kind of shocking. A lot of you lads are one law change away from graping all day. You say you lads, but you're probably one of them, innit? But yeah, I agree, man. It's a good job there's law and order. M.O. How's the OnlyFans going? I tried to find this video, but I don't think this is it.
Loved it that people got excited when they found out we were really friends. I'll always miss you, brother. Here is Dana White's latest edition of hashtag F*** It Friday. This time Dana has a New Year's pancake.
What's up, everybody? It's F***It Friday here at UFC headquarters. Happy New Year, everybody. And we're going to be trying the New Year's pancake. Pour pancake batter into a pan. Add cheese, bacon, hash browns, and fried eggs, and more batter. Cover it to finish cooking. This is like a monster breakfast sandwich.
I'm gonna order some chicken and chips, you know.
It's hot as hell.
I want to make sure my bank details aren't on the screen, you know, for you lot to fucking screenshot it and try and rob me. Or make sure you don't see me. Oh, that fucking hell. That just brought up my address. You say that. You say that, yeah. This guy said I'm a lad, but I've got gift of the gab. I'm tall, earning money, have a car and live alone, so no need to grape or pay for it. order some food, man. Get some chicken and chips to soak up all this alcohol. Take about an hour to come. Southern fried chicken. Yeah, give me 2 pieces of that and fries. £4.50. Yeah, that's alright. You lot can't see this page, can you? No, you can't, man. Bro, what the fuck are you doing, man? Changing pages like that. I might have my address on the fucking page, man. You fucking idiot. Fucking stupid, man. Nah, that's just the food menu. Shit. Oh, it could have had my bank details, innit? Would you lot rob me, you know, if you see my bank details on here? Oh, my alarm's going off. It's gonna wake up the neighbours. Hold on. Went off at 4 o'clock. 5 minutes ago. No, I wonder what that noise was. Is anything open at this time? Yeah. Last orders is at 5 AM, so I've got about 40 minutes. What's Gerald McLennan up to? Do you think he had a good New Year's Eve? Can you talk about the footballer having a trans girlfriend? Yeah, let me have a look at that woman. What's he called again? So that's a transformer, yeah? That as well. I'm gonna be honest, that looks alright, you know. That looks nicer than most women I've banged, so. But come on, man. What's he getting this guy 100 grand a week, yeah? She does look decent. She does look decent, but it's not the point, is it? That's not her, is it? No, I don't think that's her, you know. I don't know who that is. Is that the transformer there? That'd fucking... Great stream time later. Yes. See you later, yeah. Yeah, I was dragged on a bit. This vape's finished, man. It was like £5.99. I bought it yesterday. Let's keep it going till 6. I don't know, man. I don't know about that. Yeah, I'm gonna fuck this off, you know. I've enjoyed it. I'm gonna have to sort out that Amigo, you know, for next time. Fiddle about with the settings. Be safe, Tyne and chat. Piers Brosnan. Yeah, that means he's going in it. I'm gonna fuck off, you know. It's just been milk for too long. It's been good. Thanks for the super chats, yeah. Don't know how to go to this fucking bread factory in a couple of hours. I don't know. I'll see how I feel. Might have a little cheeky wank and then decide. Yes. It might knock me out though, you know. You know when you bust a nut, it fucking knocks you out, don't it? Puts you in a nice state. Puts you in a nice little state. That's why I don't do it like when I first wake up, because I'll be all drowsy throughout the day. But yeah, if I was obsessed with this like Jeff Bezos, and I did it, because we've gone like 6 hours, 5 hours. Yeah, I'll see you later, yeah? It's dragged on, man. It's fucking dragged on. Dragged on. Don't show my fucking address, man. Fucking. Two pieces of chicken and fries. Go to bed, man. Go and have a nice fucking wank and a sleep. And we'll resume the lives. Maybe tonight if I don't go to work, but we'll see, innit? Be safe.